Hola, muy buenas a todos, gente. Aquí os habla desde lo más profundo vuestro queridísimo amigo Spectro. Y esperemos que el chat de YouTube del teléfono vaya mejor hoy, porque me tiene hasta las narices, la verdad. Hola, Pedro. Sí, ha llegado desde el inicio. Esperemos que el chat no se me bugue, porque mira, como he puesto en la descripción, cada 5 minutos o así lo voy a reiniciar, porque ayer me escribía gente y no lo leía, porque no me bajaba el chat, no aparecían más mensajes. Así que, bueno, a ver si hoy... Hola Jordi, hola. Lo siento Jordi, lo siento, que creo que me escribiste tú y me escribió... Me escribió Zeph ahí un poco y... Ah, sí, el sonido de los dinosaurios también me escribió. Que bueno, si queréis preguntarme alguna cosa que me preguntasteis ayer, le he hecho una foto, me parece, al chat, así que lo leeré ahora. Y bueno, lo que estaba diciendo, que cada 5 minutos voy a resetear el chat del teléfono para a ver si no se me escapa ningún mensaje, porque vaya cachondeo que tiene YouTube últimamente aquí con mi cuenta. Y nada, he estado haciendo aquí unas pequeñas anotaciones. Tengo que conseguir unas 12 bolas de fuego. A ver cuántas tengo ahora mismo. Vale, tengo 4. Hay que comprar. Tengo que tener 18 virotes de fuego. Vale, tengo 13, no está mal. 8 relámpagos pequeños. Wow. Tengo de sobra. Luego, relámpago normal 5. No tengo ninguno ahora, creo. Vale. Una pequeña tormenta de fuego. No tengo ninguna. 2 flechas de hielo. No, creo que no tengo. Bueno, lo iremos comprando ahora poco a poco. Escribirme, gente, escribirme. A ver si esto va bien. Si no, ahora a cada rato, como os he dicho, lo iré reiniciando. A ver si hoy va esto algo mejor, porque vaya cachondeo con el YouTube, el chat y su putísima madre. Vale, vamos a ver. Bien, habíamos ido a volver a ver a Lester, a Shardas, que nos dio algo de experiencia. ¿He dormido? No. Bueno, pues lo siento, Lester, pero te voy a cortar un poco el sueño.
Damn it. What's up?
Ahora sonará el típico Get out of my bed.
Get out of my bed.
No falla. No falla. Hola, Brio, ¿qué tal? Jordi... Sí, yo creo que hoy va a tocar zumbar a los mercenarios. Pero es que tengo que comprar pergaminos todavía. Porque si lo he calculado bien, aún me quedan... Me quedan por comprar. Bueno, zumbar a los mercenarios y gente de la ciudad por alguna misión y eso. Que ahora mismo, a ver cómo íbamos. Vamos de camino al nivel 10, nos queda poquillo, sí. Yo creo que con unas pocas misiones y tortear a alguien, pues lo tenemos. Vale, a ver. A ver, parece que el chat está bajando, ¿no? No, no tienen por qué, o sea, hay magias no letales. Mira, por ejemplo, ves esta, Small Lightning, relámpago pequeño. Pues esta no es letal, ¿vale? Esta la tengo para eso. Lo que voy a hacer es bajarles vida con hechizos potentes como las bolas de fuego y demás. Y ya cuando estén así a un toque, pues le lanzo esa. Está calculado. Lo tengo ahí apuntado. Vamos, espero que lo haya apuntado bien. Bueno, parece que el chat está yendo bien, de momento. Así ahora dentro de un rato lo reseteo, que no me fío ni un pelo. A ver si se pasa por aquí... Creo que ayer se pasó LOCO Gaming también. Y... el sonido de los dinosaurios, a ver si se pasa. Os dejé a vosotros pobres ahí sin contestar. Ay, Dios. Esta maldita aplicación. Sí, yo también lo pensaba, en verdad. Y yo es que estoy pensando cómo haré cuando tenga que zumbar a alguien en una partida de solo arco o solo ballesta. Porque, claro, ahí, ¿qué hago? Ahí me voy a... Ahí sí va a estar más limitado. Como no farme de los magos esqueletos, que deje que me invoquen esqueletos guerreros y demás, pues no sé cómo... Porque, claro, voy a perder mucha experiencia. Pero mucha. Sí, el arco lo voy a formar prácticamente desde el principio. No voy a tardar tanto como el mago, pero... Claro, es que luego, ¿cómo pegas a la gente? No puedes. Porque en el Gothic 3 sí que es verdad que hay flechas noqueantes. Y ahí sí que podría hacer bien esa partida, pero claro, aquí no. Aquí no se me ocurre cómo podría hacerlo. Una bolsa. Jordi, me estoy acordando, creo que tú me preguntaste ayer. Sí, creo que fuiste tú. Que por qué ¿por qué venderle todo al paladín, no? Creo que me lo preguntaste tú, ¿no? Al venderle todo al paladín Sengrath. Confírmame. Fuiste tú, ¿no?
Hey, you! Show me your wares.
Vale, vamos a ver.
Don't tell me that. Now that's typical, isn't it? He can't keep anything to himself. These are bad times.
Vale, virotes, tengo 13.
He'd better shut up. He'd better shut up.
A ver.
That's not what I heard. Don't tell this to anyone.
I don't believe that. Who says things like that?
That's not what I heard.
El arco es una caca en ese sentido. Se liarían los NPCs con los ruidos. Se perderá mucha experiencia, sí. Sí, eso es lo que estoy pensando. Pero a ver, siempre lo puedo recuperar con los magos esqueletos. Que me invoquen esqueletos guerreros y me los voy cargando, ¿sabes? Yo creo que, a ver, en estos juegos siempre hay alguna manera de recuperar. Pero a veces tienes que esperarte un poco. Eso es lo malo. Vale, a ver, hemos dicho 18 virotes de fuego. Sí, te pregunté yo, perdona que estoy jugando al LOL y tardo en contestar. Ah, no te preocupes. Sí, a ver, es que no puedo decirlo por aquí por si hay alguien que no lo haya jugado. Lo único que puedo decir es que venderle todo al paladín Sengrath a la larga es beneficioso. A partir del capítulo 4 es bastante beneficioso. Yo solo lo voy a dejar ahí. Es que si pasa alguien por aquí que no haya jugado, pues claro, no le quiero hacer spoilers.
That's not what my husband thinks.
Vale,
Someone's gotta do the
18
work.
virotes de
It's
fuego.
going to get even worse. Honestly, I witnessed it myself.
Really? How interesting. That's not what my husband thinks.
He simply
50.
talks too much. That's what I've always
Uf,
said.
yo creo que me voy a fundir la pasta,
That's typical, isn't it? You don't say.
Buah, buah, buah.
Who says
¿Cómo
things
baja
like
esto?
that? That's not what I
Adiós.
heard.
He simply talks to
Es que
you.
necesito más
It's gonna
dinero.
get even worse.
These are bad times. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes.
That's an open secret. And he works all day, too.
These are bad times. Someone's got to do the work.
Now that's typical, isn't it? Someone's gotta do the work.
Don't tell this to anyone. That's an open secret.
A ver,
That's not what I
es que
heard.
estoy pensando. Vale. Vamos a hacer 2 misiones de golpe.
That's an open secret.
Con
He
esta ya
can't
hablé.
keep anything to himself.
Everybody knows by now. Don't tell this to
Okay.
anyone.
Sí, es posible que hablase ya con todos
If I
desde el
hadn't seen it
principio.
with my own
He
eyes.
can't keep anything to himself. Who says things like that?
I don't believe that. I won't tell her a thing from now
Un
on.
clásico que Titan el Sengrad. Sí,
That's
sí,
what
sí.
I've always said.
I won't tell her a thing from now
Yo
on.
soy fan de
That's
los
what
de
my
la
husband
mina
thinks.
que
That's
están
bad.
cerca de Housepack.
I
¿Ah,
don't
sí?
believe that.
¿Por qué? Porque
That's not what my
están ahí aguantando como cabrones que siempre les atacan, ¿no? Bueno, parece que de momento el chat va bien. Si veo que no me habláis, entre comillas, en un rato pues le daré. Pero parece que hasta ahora va bien. Solo... sí, sí, son los grandes incomprendidos, macho. Pobrecillos, tío. Ahí abandonados a su suerte picando y no les agradece nadie.
Who told you that?
No idea. You tell me.
Anything's possible.
Hey,
That's no secret.
Everything all right?
everything all right?
As if I didn't have
As soon
enough
as anyone says anything wrong around here, the dance
Stay out of
starts.
it.
So watch your step or there'll be a slaughter.
problems. Nothing's
Will you
going
join
to
the
change
fight?
about that.
I'm not just gonna stand here when the
Say that
ruckus
like that.
starts, but I'm not gonna push it either.
Nothing's going to change about that.
You just have to listen.
Hey,
Not now. I can't talk to you now.
Mm-hmm.
Those cutthroats are threatening my husband. We are citizens of the town, loyal to the king, and the mercenaries are planning to rob us. Now don't you just stand there, do something. Help us.
Mm-hmm.
Go on like this
Lo haré, lo haré.
He thinks it's as easy as that.
Pero primero os voy a quitar un poquito de pan. Y cositas que tengáis por aquí, que lo necesito. Ah, ya volviste, Brío. A ver. Si la defensa depende de todas las minas, depende de Garón. Mal vamos. Ah, sí. Sí, sí, sí. Tendría que haber comandado la defensa Gorn y Diego. Buah. Pero total, ¿eh? No, incluso yo creo que Gorn se lo hace él solo todo. Jo, macho, me ha recordado... A mí me dolió bastante cómo trataron el tercer juego, ¿sabes? Yo... Ay, mira, aquí hay plantas. Yo en el Gothic 3... ¿sabe lo que hice? No sé en cuál de las 4 guías Pero me llevé a Gorn hasta Nordmar. Imagínate, la pateada. Hasta las montañas de Nordmar. Me lo llevé porque, claro, ahí los personajes estos que te han acompañado desde el principio no tienen ese protagonismo que tenían en el 1 y en el 2. Y claro, digo, joder, vamos a darles un poco de protagonismo aquí en mis guías, ¿no? Y bueno, claro, me llevé a Gorn. Ya te digo, no sé en qué partida, pero que me lo llevé, digo, limpiamos aquí con los guerreros de Nordmar las minas, las montañas de Nordmar y ya está. Porque es que si no al final no, incluso a Diego me lo llevé por el desierto de Varán a cazar y demás. De hecho hay vídeos con ese título, cazando en Varán con Diego, cacería, sí, algo de eso puse. Y bueno, lo único que no te llevas es a Milten. Al Lester yo creo que también me lo llevé. Creo que se puede, ¿no? Es que no me acuerdo ahora. A ver. Al final siempre mandan recaderos y no valen para nada. Ya. Bueno, vamos a hablar aquí con Mika. A ver. Anda, mira, me dejé aquí. Cuidado que me está viendo la mosca. Uy.
Hey,
I need your help.
I need your help.
If it's absolutely necessary, what's wrong?
The farmer Akil is under attack by mercenaries.
The farmer Akil is under attack by mercenaries.
What? Those riffraff are hanging around on Akil's farm? Then let's not waste any time. Follow me.
Okay, let's go. A ver si me da tiempo a registrarles y demás, porque luego se me pone a hablar Akil y ya no me deja, y los otros se quedan con el dinero, las armas. Y claro, vaya cachondeo, ¿no? Pero bueno, haré lo que pueda.
Sooner or later.
Now watch how this works.
It can't go on like
Okay.
this forever.
You're in.
And now for some action. Holy shit! You're in for it now.
Vamos a registrar a este.
So much for you, lowlife.
All right, that's that. I'll be off then.
Thanks for the gold, you hero.
My time had run out.
I
My
think I'd
name
better
is
take this
Akil.
weapon.
I've farmed this humble piece of land.
Who were those people?
Those were mercenaries from Onar's farm. Those bastards don't know anything but plunder and murder. I'd been fearing the worst. Well, thank Innes it didn't come to that. Tell me, what can I do for you?
Nothing. Just as long as you got through this all right.
Nothing. Just as long as you got through this all right.
You're an exceptional fella. May Innes guard you on your way.
Have you heard anything about missing citizens?
Have you heard anything about missing citizens?
Don't make me laugh. Heard of them? Some of my own people are missing. Tonak and Telbor used to work on my fields. until 3 days ago. And I know exactly that they wouldn't up and leave the farm just like that, and yet they've simply vanished and no one can tell me where they went. If you happen to find out what's become of them, be sure to let me know, will you?
A ver. Uno de mis personajes favoritos es Lester, otro infravalorado. Pero sí, totalmente de acuerdo. Mika puede morirse. Sí, de hecho, luego creo que tendrá un pequeño accidente más adelante. Veremos qué RNG va a haber. Ya, no, sí, a ver, es que eso es muy aleatorio. Hola, Lynn, ¿qué tal? No, Pedro, mala suerte, no, sí, luego ya me las cobraré. Luego me las cobro. A ver, Lynn. Hola y adiós, solo pasé a saludaros, lo siento. Bueno, no pasa nada, hombre. Por lo menos te pasaste. Okay. What did the mercenaries want from you?
What did the mercenaries want from you?
You don't know that? Onar, the landowner, hired them. They guard his farm and collect the rent for him. And that means they go from farm to farm and take whatever they want. And whoever can't pay gets a taste of their steel.
Baltron sent me.
Baltram sent me. I'm supposed to pick up a shipment for him here.
So, you're his new messenger?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I've already made up the package.
Okay. You know your way around this area?
You know your way around this area?
Sure. What do you want to know?
Where can I find Onar's farm?
Where can I find Onar's farm?
Just go back down the stone steps and follow the road to the east. At some point you come to a tavern. From there you go farther east until you come to the big fields. That's where the mercenaries hang out.
What is that tavern to the east of here?
What is that tavern to the east of here?
Ask Randolph. He knows more about it than I do. He's been there a few times.
De hecho, ahora sacaremos una misión para Randolph. What is there in the woods behind your farm?
What is there in the woods behind your farm?
There's just a whole bunch of monsters back there. And the wolves are the least dangerous. A few bandits are also said to have their caves there. Well, they've left my farm alone so far.
I've gotta go.
So long. I really wish I could have done more for you.
So long, kid. Bueno, tenía una pequeña espada este. Pero creo que la hacha era más cara. Hey.
Wait a minute.
Everything all right?
Everything all right?
Yes, I'm fine. That Alvarez has become bolder and bolder lately. Good thing that's over now. What I could use now is a good drop in the tavern.
Mm-hmm. You're not from around here, right?
You're not from around here, right?
I come from the Southern Isles. At some point they said they needed people in Corinnes because of that magic ore. But when I got there, they had this huge barrier in place, and I didn't want to go in there, so I started working in the harbor. Well, the ships stopped coming in, and so I went to work for Akil. I've had worse jobs, actually.
You hang out in the tavern?
You hang out in the tavern?
That's right, but not recently. I cannot afford going there anymore.
What exactly is going on there in the tavern?
What exactly is going on there in the tavern?
There's gambling there. Two fellows compete against each other. Whoever can hold the most beer wins. In the end, I did nothing but lose, and now I need to make some more money first.
Who did you go up against?
Who did you go up against?
Against Rookar, that old good-for-nothing. So far, he's beaten me every time. But somehow, I have the creeping suspicion that the filthy swine has laced my beer with gin every time. I suspect he keeps the gin hidden in that damn chest of his, that lousy scumbag. Somebody ought to sneak some plain water into his chest. Then he can lace my beer all he wants. If I only had enough money to compete against him one more time.
Claro. No puedo darle ahora el dinero. Porque estoy pelado. Yo creo que voy a tener que vender algo aunque sea.
Nothing there. Nothing to be had there.
A ver, creo que luego voy a conseguir más cosas para venderle a Sengrad, ¿sabes? El chat va bien, ¿no? Esperemos. Espérate, voy a quitarlo un momento. Como he dicho, voy a ponerlo otra vez, ¿vale? No me fío ni un pelo de esto. Que lo mismo no me estáis escribiendo, lo mismo sí, no lo estoy viendo. Y claro, cualquiera se fía. A ver. Vale, parece que no. Parece que no me habéis escrito. Ok.
Hey, you!
Are you alright?
Are you alright?
Yes, I'm fine, thank you.
Why don't you defend yourself against Onar's tyranny?
Why don't you defend yourself against Onar's tyranny?
For us farmers near the city, it makes more sense to stay on the good side of the city militia than to rely on Onar's mercenaries. On the other hand, there's Bengar and Sekub who would rather give up their farms than work for the king.
Where do I find the farms of Bengar and Sekub?
Where do I find the farms of Bengar and Sekub?
They're not far from the farm where the landowner lives. Go east from here and you'll find them.
Haven't you ever considered moving away from here?
Haven't you ever considered moving away from here?
It's not easy to get away from this part of the country. All the land is walled in by a high, insurmountable chain of mountains. The only two ways out of here are the pass to the Valley of Mines and the harbor. Since we cannot afford passage on a ship, and the Valley of Mines is a place of no return, we're going to have to stay here.
What do you know about the pass?
What do you know about the pass?
I've never been there myself, but it must be somewhere near Bengar's farm on the high pastures.
Look out for your husband.
Look out for your husband.
I shall do my best.
Y luego, Cathy, me devolverás el hacha. Nada personal. A ver. Yo lo veo. Me vi directos en los que no estuve. Evidentemente en 1.5 de velocidad, claro. No tengo tanto tiempo. No, claro. Tú ahí... Tómate el tiempo que necesites, ¿sabes? Con calma y demás, cuando puedas. Lo vas viendo tranquilamente. A ver, Brio. Es que ando planchando la ropa. No te preocupes, hombre. Ahí... Voy haciendo las tareas. Me tienes aquí de fondo escuchándome seguramente, ¿no? Yo creo que... Pues eso, voy a vender cosas, ¿sabes? Aunque me gustaría guardarme, pero... Claro, es que necesito el dinero. Además, no tengo todos los hechizos que pretendía utilizar. Vale, y el paquete de Baltran, pues dárselo a Baltran, no a Nagur, ¿vale? Vamos, es lo que yo haría.
He really should have known better.
Show me your wares.
Certainly, brother of the ring.
You just have to listen.
That's been known a long time.
You just have to listen.
That's not what I heard.
Been there, done that.
Nobody will learn anything from me.
It had to happen sooner or later.
That's been known a long time.
Been there, done that.
You listen to the wrong people.
He thinks it's as easy as that.
Don't tell me you didn't know that.
You just have to listen.
De estas, al menos me voy a quedar con una.
That's not what I heard.
Bueno, yo creo que ahí
He
tengo
thinks it's
bastante,
as
¿no?
easy as that.
That's been known a long time.
And
Me
that's
quedo
the
con una
truth.
piqueta.
I'd have gone about it differently.
And there's more, believe me.
There's nothing you can do about it.
No idea.
Que
you tell me.
así... Así por lo menos puedo ir tirando, de momento. Vamos a volver a la granja. A ver si podemos hacer la misión esta.
There's more, believe me.
Y... espera, necesito ver... Oblivion... Sleep. Vale. Ok. Primero, espera, voy a hacer una cosa. Voy a ir a volver a la ciudad. A ver si puedo comprar todo lo que necesito. Es que no sé. Porque seguramente va a ser un dineral. ¿Cuántas pieles tengo aquí? Ah, mira, tengo algunas de lobo, de oveja, bestia de la sombra. Vale, pues voy a visitar a Bosper brevemente y luego miro lo de los hechizos. Es que hay que vigilar mucho el dinero porque aquí va a haber muchísimo gasto. Y no creáis que me olvido de vosotras, sabandijas. Vosotras caeréis también. Son 10 puntitos de experiencia como las ovejas, pero aquí todo vale. Además que luego la carne la puedo vender, ¿sabes? Aunque te dé poquito, da igual. A ver. Creo que haré directo, pero no sé si empezar el Revelation 2 o darle al World of War. Ay, perdón. God of War. Que odio pronunciar las cosas mal. Pues dale, Brio, dale. Dale, ya que está, ya que te pasaste el otro... Brio, sube el otro Resident, ¿sabes?
Go away, don't tell me that. That's not what my husband thinks. He had better shut up.
He simply talks too much. And it's going to get even worse.
Don't tell this to anyone.
Show me your wares.
To himself.
Honestly, I witnessed it myself. He'd better shut up.
Vale, vamos a ver pergaminos.
Really? How interesting.
18
That's not
virotes.
what I heard. Who says things like that?
Bolas de fuego.
You don't say.
A ver.
Who
14,
says
vale.
things like that?
Relámpago pequeño. Tengo más que de sobra. Relámpago normal.
But that's
O sea,
true.
este. Joder,
Really, how
colega.
interesting.
125.
You don't say.
Now that's typical, isn't it? You don't say.
Bueno, pues ahí están.
It's terrible.
Una pequeña tormenta de fuego. 2 flechas de
Honestly, I
hielo.
witnessed it myself.
Pequeña tormenta.
Take care of everything.
Claro, esta.
Someone's got to do the work.
Una solo.
Everybody knows by now.
That's not what I heard. He had better shut up.
2 flechas de
I
hielo.
won't tell her a thing from now on. I can't take
Ah,
care
bueno,
of
estas son
everything for
baratillas.
Everybody knows by now. You don't
Bueno, me
say.
voy a pillar otra tormenta.
everybody. That's not what my husband thinks.
O,
You don't say.
dos, sí, ya está.
That's not what my husband thinks. Now that's typical.
Sí.
isn't it?
He can't keep anything anything to himself.
Y estas que son baratas.
I won't tell her a thing from now on. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes.
I don't believe that.
Bueno,
These are bad times.
I won't tell her a
suficiente.
thing from now on.
Ah, espera, necesitaba
That's not
también
what my husband
los de invocar.
Not what I heard.
Show me your wares.
He had
Show me your wares.
thinks. Things like that. But that's terrible.
Tiene este... Ah, sí, trasgo. Ah, pero trasgo tengo 4. Vale.
Terrible. He'd better shut up.
Don't tell this to anyone.
Lobo,
Who
lobo
says
tiene.
things like that?
Sí, aquí.
I don't believe that. He
75.
simply talks too much.
He can't keep anything to himself.
Small lining.
Don't tell this to anyone.
Ok.
And he works all day too.
Invocar.
Now that's
Ah, es
surprising.
verdad, esqueleto.
Don't tell me that. Go away.
Es
Don't
verdad.
tell me that.
He simply talks too much. Go away, don't tell me
El
that.
golem no sé si lo pillaré.
Take care of everything for everybody. That's what I've always said.
I don't believe that.
Vale. Baltran.
That's not what
Hey.
things. Honestly, I witnessed it myself.
I don't believe that.
I've got Aki's delivery.
Always said
I've got Akil's delivery.
better shut
Excellent.
I don't believe
Finally, I can offer fresh goods
Take
again.
care of everything
Here
for
are your
everybody.
50
Go
gold
away, don't tell me
pieces.
that.
Someone's gotta do the work.
Show me your
Can't keep
wares.
everything to himself.
Someone's gotta do the
El
work.
paquete
That's an
para
open
Baltran lo
secret.
decía
That's not what I
porque ahora tiene, pues eso, manzanas, jamón, cerveza, pan, queso, salchichas, que luego es comida bastante valiosa, ¿vale? Te lo van a pedir en misiones. Que además yo no sé,
That's an
a
open
ver
secret.
cómo estoy yo de jamones. No tengo ni uno. Costaba 20, ¿no? Ah, hostia, no.
That's
50.
an open secret.
Uf.
Everybody
que
knows
claro.
that now.
Bueno, el agua sí que lo voy a necesitar. ¿Tengo alguna? Tengo aquí 8.
That's an open
Vale.
secret.
If I hadn't seen it with my own
Bueno, te voy a
eyes,
pillar 2. Aunque te las encuentras por ahí, ¿sabes? Pero
if I hadn't seen it
ya
with
por
my
tenerla.
own eyes,
Someone's gonna
The security measures for the protection of the
Vamos a intentar no gastar más de momento. De la magia creo que tengo todo lo que necesito. Si lo he calculado bien.
I never knew that.
Where have you been gadding about for so long? I need more skins. Did you bring any?
Uh-huh. I got a few skins for you.
I've got a few skins for you.
A sheepskin? You didn't go slaughter some farmer's sheep in the pasture, did you?
I wouldn't dream of doing that.
Wolfskin, that's good. Ah, even a shadow beast skin. Those are worth a lot. Good work. Come see me again when you have more.
Vale, a ver. Bueno, he recuperado un poquito. Vale, voy a resetear esto. Que no sé si me estáis escribiendo. No me fío ni un pelo de esto ya, vamos. A ver. Vale, parece que no me habéis escrito. Quiero confiar en que va bien.
You listen to the wrong people.
Bien.
I'm not touching that.
That's all just gossip.
I'm not touching that.
Bueno, no sé si ponerme ya con tareas de aquí. Sí, sí, ya que estamos.
Honestly, I witnessed it myself.
you don't say. Go away, don't tell me that.
Voy a empezar
And it works so
con algo bastante complicado.
If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes.
Digo complicado porque más de una vez me ha salido mal. En plan... Ahora vais a ver de lo que hablo. que estos de aquí se meten en el jaleo que monto y claro, acaban muertos. Y bueno, a ver, estos que son trabajadores normales, sin nombre, no tienen importancia, pues me da igual que se mueran, pero Garbel me gustaría que sobreviviese, porque luego te da experiencia por información y demás. Vale, a ver. Esqueleto. Ah, vale, vale, Pedro. Sí, no, es que quería comprobar si el chat seguía funcionando, porque ayer, como siempre, me iba como la mierda. Sí. El paquete de hierba del pantano de Zeph. Que... no sé si tendría que activarla de antes, pero bueno, igualmente la voy a hacer desde ya.
Hey, you got no business here, understand?
Who are you?
That's none of your business. I'm the boss here, okay?
The boss of what? Of those chests?
Hey, the storeroom was under my supervision, got it? So piss off, or else I'll bash in your skull.
There's another of those scummy beasts.
¡Ahí va! ¡No! ¿Veis? Esto es lo que no quería. Se ha muerto... Ah, no, espera. Ciudadano, trabajador... ¿Este quién es? ¿Otro trabajador? Vale, he conseguido la llave. Vale, yo creo que Garbel está por ahí vivo todavía. Trabajador. Y tú, muérete ya. A ver. Garbel, ¿sigues vivo? Perfecto. ¿Y vosotros qué hacéis correteando por aquí? Queríais ir a por el esqueleto, ¿no? Bueno, pues mira, otro poquito de experiencia que me he llevado. Y... ah, bueno, sí, he subido de nivel, joder, es verdad. Es verdad. Vale, pues ya está. A ver... Vale, las pociones y el paquetito está por aquí. No he activado la misión, pero creo que me vale. Aquí está. A ver, esto lo estoy haciendo rápido, ¿vale, gente? Se supone que tenéis que hablar primero con Zeph, el mercenario, allí en la granja de UNOS, y que os va dando pistas, ¿vale? No, es que el paquete lo perdí en la ciudad, en tal sitio. Os va dando pistas y... ¿vale? Pero yo... es que lo estoy haciendo rápido, ¿vale? Para no estar perdiendo el tiempo. Voy a ver si me lo pilla. Yo creo que sí. Por cierto, ¿cómo voy de fajitos de estos? 8 todavía, vale. Es que yo no sé dónde pillaba más. Bueno, pillar creo que también los podía hacer, pero... por no gastar ingredientes y cosas.
Everybody knows by now. He had better shut up. Really, how interesting.
A ver. Bueno, somos 5 personas hoy, parece, ¿no? Escribirme, gente, escribirme, que estoy dándole todo el rato aquí al chat, a resetear, para ver si va bien, porque es que ya no me fío ni un pelo. Vale, vamos para la granja. Es una pateada increíble, pero bueno, con el teletransporte te ahorras un poco de camino. Un poquito. Me han enviado un emoji, ¿no, Pedro? Vale, sí, parece que va bien. Sí, es que... Joder. Esto de que la aplicación vaya mal ya me tiene frito. Vale, estoy pensando que, a ver, creo que tenía 22 de maná, ¿no? Ahora no me toque preocupar de esto, pero me gusta pensar a la larga en la partida. 22 de maná. Vale, cuando llegue al monasterio, a ver si puedo tener una gran cantidad de dinero reunido. Preferiblemente más de 500 o más de 1000, si puede ser. Y le rezaré un par de veces a Inos, dándole en cada ocasión 100 de oro. ¿Por qué 100? Para que me dé más 1 de maná. De 22 llegaré a 24, ¿vale? Serán 200 de oro en total. Y lo dejaré ahí en 24. Luego ya sumaré con los tutores. Sumaré más 5 de maná, más 5... Y luego ya, cuando llegue a 34, que me costará 5 puntos 10 en lugar de 5 inicialmente, pues seguir subiendo lo que pueda hasta 64. Y luego a partir de ahí ponerme lo que vaya encontrando, lo que compre. Los amuletos, los anillos que me aumenten el maná, incluso el bastón, que te lo vende Gorax, el mago del fuego que administra pues los bienes, ¿no?, del monasterio. Ahí se te vende todas esas cosas mágicas, pergaminos y demás, y ese bastón me parece que te da más 20. Lo que tengo que pensar es no sobrepasar los 80, o sea, es decir, no llegar hasta 90. Porque como llegue con todo eso a 90, los tutores luego no me van a pedir 10 puntos para subir 5 de maná, sino que me van a pedir 15. Entonces me gustaría, a ver si puedo poco a poco llegar hasta 90 y luego ya sí, libremente ponerme todos los objetos que sea. Porque si no me falla la memoria, calculé mal en mi partida de práctica y al final me sobraron puntos. Bastantes niveles para el final del juego. Y claro, es un jaleo.
Hey, you!
Bueno, pues este es Cyper. What's up?
How are things?
Hey, don't I know you from somewhere?
It's possible.
I used to deal in swamp weed back in the colony. Remember?
And what are you dealing in now?
And what are you dealing in now?
Don't ask. I brought a whole package of swamp weed with me from the mining colony. Many of the mercenaries like a little smoke now and then. I've earned a small fortune on the side. But some bastard stole all the weed from my chest. I'm pretty sure it was that Bodo. He bunks in the same room as me, and he always grins at me like such an idiot.
Sí, bueno, sospecha de Bodo, pero... ya os digo yo que no es él. A ver. Eso ya lo dije, Brio. ¿Qué pasa si vas al monasterio antes de nivel 11? No pasa nada, lo que pasa que, a ver, yo lo tengo calculado con que quiero llegar a ese nivel para tener la mayor cantidad de puntos posible, porque lo tengo calculado así. Porque luego ahí gastaré un montonazo de puntos. Y no, todavía no soy mago. A ver. What are you going to do about the thief then?
What are you going to do about the thief then?
One of these days, I'll catch him puffing away on my weed. And then, I'll find a quiet spot and teach him a lesson he won't forget. If I knock him down here in the middle of the yard, the other farmers will notice, and I'll pay an arm and a leg.
How come?
Quite simple. We can't rough up the farmers, otherwise Lee makes us pay a heavy fine. That's the way Onar wants it. And the more witnesses there are, the more of a fuss there is. That makes things more expensive. So I'll pull the thing off nice and inconspicuously.
I want to join Lee's people.
I want to join Lee's people.
Lee's people? If Lee keeps on this way, they soon won't be his anymore.
Why?
Lee has always been a quiet one. It was that way in the colony, too. But lately, he's overdoing it. He just wants to sit here and wait until the paladins drop dead from starvation. Silvio thinks we should clean up a bit on the small farms and outside the city. I think that would make for an excellent change. At the moment, most of us are just twiddling our thumbs here. Do you want to join up anyway?
I want to become one of you, no matter what.
I want to become one of you no matter what.
You already know that we take a vote on every new recruit.
What are you hinting at?
Well, I haven't had anything to smoke in a long time. Bring me a few swampweed reefers and you got my vote. You can surely scare some up someplace.
Show me your wares.
Show me your wares.
I don't have any swampweed at the moment. Do you want something else?
Ah, pues mira. Dark Mushroom. Me vendría bien. Son 10. Vale, el paquete de hierba. Todavía no se lo voy a entregar porque creo que tenía que hablar con este primero. Vamos a intentar hacer las cosas bien. Hey.
Hey, you.
What are you smoking there?
What are you smoking there?
Want a toke?
No.
No.
Do you do anything besides smoke?
Do you do anything besides smoke?
Not at the moment.
I want to join the mercenaries. Do you mind?
I want to join the mercenaries. Do you mind?
Who cares?
Le da todo igual. Cyper told me that someone stole a package of swampweed from him.
Cypher told me that someone stole a package of swampweed from him.
Do you know anything about that?
Do you know anything about that?
No.
Where is the package?
Where's the package?
What do I know?
I'll knock it out of you.
I'll knock it out of you.
Relax, I'm way too stoned to fight with you. Here, first take a big toke.
Mira, ya tengo un... Vale. Tengo uno más, 9. Ahora... Se lo voy a decir a este.
Hey.
I know who took your weed.
I know who took your weed.
Who? Was it that Bodo?
No.
No, one of the mercenaries did it. Dar.
That bastard. Where is he?
Finding him won't help you. He doesn't have the package anymore. He sold it in Corinus.
Where is he?
Behind the kitchen building on the corner.
I'll flatten him.
Vale, gente, ahora hay que ser rápido, ¿eh? Vamos a quitarle las cosas en cuanto le tumbe. is mine.
You poor sucker. You didn't even have any gold on you.
Y además tengo más cigarrillos. Ya se los puedo dar a este.
Wait a minute.
You really gave Dar what for? Are you feeling better now?
You really gave Dar what for? Are you feeling better now?
Yeah, that felt good.
Not to him, I suppose.
The little beggar has no business going through my chest.
About the swampweed.
About the swampweed.
Here are a few stalks for you.
Here's a few stalks for you.
Oh, you are my man. You've got my vote.
Would this package of swampweed happen to be yours?
Would this package of swampweed happen to be yours?
Well, I'll be... Where'd you get that?
It's a long story.
Doesn't matter. Really, you're a decent guy. Here, take this as a reward. Have fun with it. First, let me roll a few.
Blabbermouth, you told Cypher I took his weed. Like hell will I vote for you.
Do you do anything besides smoke?
Sometimes I let some vengeful swampweed junkies beat me up.
Oh, poor boy. And now... Como tiene poquita vida... Ups. Se cayó. 100 de experiencia. Oh, un pequeño arco, ¿eh? Bueno, pequeño no. Grande, pero... Habéis visto, hay que buscarse las mañas para conseguir la mayor cantidad de puntos de experiencia y dinero.
Well, we'll see the next time.
Yeah, we'll see. See you there.
Is it really true? I agree with you completely.
Really deserve that. Sort things out.
I'm not telling you anything new.
Vale, vamos a esquivar a estos como siempre. Antes de meterme aquí en embrollos con los mercenarios, bueno, que ya he zumbado a uno. Voy a... Sí, es una pateada impresionante, pero bueno. Que yo creo que se os hará ameno mientras estoy aquí hablando, comentando cosillas y demás. Voy a volver a la ciudad a rematar cosillas. Voy a zumbar a Felan. A ver, ¿quién más tengo aquí en la lista? Oh, Ulrich, Valentino. Además, Valentino creo que tenía en su bolsillo 200 de oro, que me vienen bastante bien. Y ese le voy a utilizar como conejillo de indias para la misión del alquimista, que no recuerdo su nombre. No Constantino, ¿vale? Es el otro. El de los hechizos del olvido. Oblivion. Cómo no, en mis partidas siempre tiene que llover. Siempre, siempre. Os lo juro, gente, yo cuando hago las partidas de práctica, sí, a lo mejor puede llover de vez en cuando y eso, pero cuando las grabo para YouTube es que es una cosa mala. Se pone aquí a llover como si no hubiese un mañana ya. No sé cuántas veces ha llovido en esta partida. Oye, por curiosidad, a ver cuántos días... He dormido 60 días, madre mía. ¿Sabéis una cosa? Una curiosidad para vosotros. Cuando ya has dormido 365 días, que es un año, o más, ¿vale? 366 a lo mejor ya se resetea y vuelve a poner día 1. Sí, yo creo que es a partir de... Cuando tienes 365 se resetea. No me acuerdo, pero bueno, lo veremos porque luego más adelante, como voy a estar durmiendo constantemente para recuperar el mana, pues lo veremos bastante pronto. Es que veis qué feo se ve el paisaje aquí con la lluvia, todo nublado. No sé, a mí me resulta bastante deprimente. Pues estaba pensando en mis cosas y no he usado el teletransporte. Pero bueno, vale, no pasa nada. Igualmente me voy a quedar aquí un ratillo en la ciudad, como os he dicho. A ver si acabamos las tareas pendientes y bueno, además al alquimista ese creo que le voy a comprar algún pergamino de transformación. Bueno, no los voy a utilizar hasta más adelante, pero no, quizás los compre luego, sí. Ya veremos.
But so great was the wrath of Beliar, and he came across the land and
Vale, aquí está Fela en el del martillo. Voy a guardar. Otro guardadito.
Hey!
Why are you hammering?
Why are you hammering?
For days now, I've been desperately trying to fix the leaks in my house. The rafters have been crumbling away ever since we had those rainfalls recently. Soon everything's gonna come down around my ears.
Vale, dejadme mirar. Virote y relámpago pequeño. Joder, nada más. Vale, necesito dormir para tener todo el maná posible.
Hey, you're not quite as stupid as you look.
Antes de nada, espera, a ver si le puedo saquear algo a este. Ahí está. Ah, mira, jamón, salchicha. Perfecto.
Boy, that lunatic's hammering is wearing me down.
Who are you talking about?
Can't you hear that hammering? Who do you think hammers all day long in the Harbor District? I mean that lunatic felon. He takes the hammer to his hut every day.
I could take care of Felon.
I could take care of Felon.
You want to help me? What's in it for you?
You tell me.
Oh, that's how it is. All right, if you can get him to stop hammering, I'll pay you 25 gold pieces. but I'll tell you one thing right now. You can't talk to the guy. He's nuts. The only thing that will help is a few decent punches.
If I beat him up, I'll just get in trouble with the militia.
If I beat him up, I'll just get into trouble with the militia.
Down here at the harbor, no one pays much attention to brawls. But if you steal around here, or mess with the sheep, you'll be in trouble.
I'll see what I can do.
I'll see what I can do.
You can think about it. Remember, I'll pay you 25 gold coins.
Are those your sheep?
Are those your sheep?
The only one that belongs to me is the one that answers to the name of Lucy. That's my wife, Lucy. Their sheep belong to the militia. All the sheep they collect from the farmers, they bring to me.
And how are the sheep?
And how are the sheep?
Felon's hammering is going to drive them crazy. One of these days, they'll go completely to pieces.
A ver. Conseguiste que jugase ayer un ratillo al Gothic 2. Partida nueva. Sí, es que, joder, siempre al final te acabas enganchando de nuevo. Es que me gustan más las primeras misiones que las últimas. Sí, hombre, a ver, depende. Es que hay algunas que... Hay algunas de las últimas que sí son interesantes, pero sí que es verdad que luego va decayendo en algunas partes. A ver, Brio, ya voy a aprender la Play, vale. Vale, yo no voy a poder verlo porque estoy aquí con el móvil controlando el chat, que no se vaya a tomar por saco otra vez, y en el PC no puedo, porque si tuviese otra pantalla...
Hey!
Could you stop hammering?
Could you stop hammering?
No, I have to finish this.
Stop that hammering or I'll break every bone in your body.
Stop that hammering or I'll break every bone in your body.
Forget it, or I'll knock some sense into your head with my hammer.
Bueno, no exactamente le vamos a romper los huesos, le vamos a chamuscar un poco, pero...
You'll regret this.
Vale, pues ahí está. No está muerto, ¿vale, gente? Está solo aturdido. Ahí le veis que se está moviendo. Y disculpadme por si alguna vez, más de una vez, mejor dicho, me pillo así con los diálogos. A ver, no soy tan experto en el inglés, ojalá. Me gustaría.
Don't you try that again.
Por eso también en parte puse el juego así. Para seguir practicando y aprendiendo.
Hey, you!
Okay, so you beat me. Some heroic deed that was.
Will you stop hammering now, or do I have to thrash you again?
No, don't hit me anymore. I'll stop. But if everything collapses around here, it'll be your fault.
Algunos diálogos me los sé. Felon will hammer no longer.
Felon will hammer no longer.
Hear that? No more hammering. At last, I thought the fellow would never quit. You've done me a huge favor. You know what? I'll give you 30 gold pieces.
How are the sheep?
And how are the sheep?
The sheep eat and get fatter and fatter. Just like my wife.
Qué cachondo el tío. Os cuento una curiosidad de esto, ¿vale, gente? Si matáis a Felon, Alwyn no os va a pagar. Os dará, creo que la experiencia, pero no os va a pagar dinero. Es una curiosidad que yo descubrí en la partida de práctica. Vale, estas herramientas las podéis pillar, ¿eh? Armas, herramientas, no os van a decir nada. Que luego me viene bastante bien, además, para vender estos nabos de aquí, que luego servirán para hacer un estofado en Jarkendar, la expansión. A ver, vamos a dormir otra vez.
Honestly, I witnessed it myself. What do you want here? Go! Smart kid. Smart kid.
Espera, voy a intentar una cosa, ¿vale?
Everybody knows by now. What do you want here? Go!
Smart kid.
Ahí está.
So, what was your business in there, huh?
Nothing, nothing, lady. I'll go. Me estoy acordando ahora de los estofados de pescado. ¿Cuántos peces tengo yo por aquí? 17. Ostras, es que me vendría muy bien. Vamos a aprovechar. Could you cook me some soup?
Could you cook me some soup?
Nothing could be simpler. Here, have a plate.
Vale, el pescado es una vez al día, así que ya sabéis. Voy a pillarle 3 de momento, ¿vale? No voy a estar aquí media hora, pero...
Could you cook...
Otro más. Bueno, venga, dos más. Lo hago así rápido. Vale, otro más. Como es una vez al día, pues hay que dormir. Así vamos subiendo el contador de días. Es que además, como podéis observar, a ver, ¿dónde está? El pescado, vale, se vende... Bueno, aquí pone 15 y 20, pero... Creo que a la hora de vender estos cambia un poco el precio. Dejarme ver. A ver, no vendáis toda la sopa de pescado, que os la van a pedir. Y los peces también. Pero... A ver. Show me your fish.
Show me your fish.
Vale, ves, sí, sí cambia aquí. El pez lo vendes a 2 y la sopa a 3, vale, no. Bueno, al principio del juego a lo mejor si necesitáis así dinero rápido quizás os venga bien, pero igualmente no recomiendo venderlo todo, ¿vale? Vale, vamos a ver una cosa. Vale. Alric, 2 bolas, relámpago pequeño.
That's what I've always said. That's an open secret.
And he works all day too.
Esto de los combates solo lo voy a hacer una vez de momento, ¿vale? Hasta que no tenga runas y eso no seguiré haciendo. Ah, sí, vale. Como es por la mañana todavía no hay combate. Tiene que ser a mediodía. Midday.
What?
What do you want here? Go!
What do you want here? Go!
Smart kid.
Vale, vamos allá. What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
This is my home. But if you mean, what do I do all day? I arrange fights.
You arrange fights?
You arrange fights?
Every day, from noon until evening. And right here, behind the warehouse in the harbor district. Home sweet home.
What are the rules for the fight?
What are the rules for the fight?
Quite simple. All regular weapons are allowed, no bows or crossbows, and no magic. We fight until one of us drops. And as soon as one of us is flat on his back, it's over. Got it? Whoever leaves the ring is out. So if you quit, I win. The stake is 50 gold coins. If you win, you get 100 back. If not, well, then your money is down the drain. Got it?
Yep.
A ver, eso de la magia lo pone ahí, pero podéis utilizarla. No pasa absolutamente nada. No te va a descalificar ni nada. You live behind the warehouse?
You live behind the warehouse?
It's only temporary. When you have as much gold as I do, you can afford a little luxury. I was a drill instructor in the army, but I left that bunch to seek my fortune in adventure. Now I've wound up in this shithole. My last 100 gold pieces went to the guards at the city gate. So, I'm seeing to it that I come into money again. I even had to sell my sword.
To whom did you sell the sword?
To whom did you sell the sword?
I swapped it with a trader in the marketplace for some stuff. The guy's called Jorah. The torches and the bit of meat that he gave me are long used up.
He isn't likely to give me the sword for nothing.
It's an old sword. He won't want much for it. Just think of the money as an extra stake for the fight.
What do you know about the war against the orcs?
What do you know about the war against the orcs?
There's not much to tell. The war has been going on for too long. The country people are starving. Everywhere there are peasant revolts that are put down mercilessly by the king. But there's just too many of them. If the war doesn't end soon, the realm will fall apart.
Can you train me?
Can you train me?
If you really want to learn how to fight, then go up against me. The lesson is no extra charge.
Ok, vamos a prepararnos.
Hear ye, inhabitants of Corinus. By the explicit
I want to
order
fight
of
against you.
Lord Hagen,
I want to
the
fight
following
against
decree
you.
is
Do you have 50
hereby
gold
enacted.
pieces?
Martial law is immediately declared
Here
in
you are.
all cities and
Here
regions
you are.
of the realm.
We have a
All
new
civilian
challenger.
judges are to
The
hand
bets
over
are
their
placed.
duties to the royal
Are you ready?
paladins, effective immediately. The
Come here.
Honorable Lord
Come here.
Andre is
Then let's
commanded
see
to
what you
punish
can do.
every crime or act of every inhabitant.
And now for the fun part.
Finish him!
That hit the spot.
Bueno, y ahí lo tenéis. Combate con magia. El dinero te lo va a dar igual, ¿vale? Pero yo se lo quito. Es más rápido.
Nothing there.
Ah, my head. Oh, man. You packed quite a punch. I see you already took your gold. You could have waited until I gave it to you. I keep my word. And one more thing. No one talks about what goes on behind the warehouse. The militia puts everyone who does the slightest thing here behind bars. And those boys don't like to see betting on fights.
I want to fight against you.
Nah. Before I go up against you again, I need a better weapon. I had to sell my sword a few days ago. With that, baby, I'm unbeatable. If you get it back from me, I'll take you on again.
Vale. Voy solamente a recuperar su espada, pero ya no voy a hacer más combates, como he dicho. Hasta que no sea mago oficialmente, nada. Porque tengo los pergaminos contados y pues no es plan.
And thus spake Adanos to his brothers, never again shall you walk upon my land.
Vale, he gastado bolas de fuego ahora que lo pienso en este. Y tenía que haber gastado virotes. Mal. Porque ahora voy a tener que comprar virotes. Compraré... Es que no sé. A ver.
He can't keep anything to himself. I won't tell her a thing from now on. He simply
De momento.
too much. He can't keep anything to himself. I can't take care of everything for everybody.
Ulrich says you got his sword. Ulrich says you got his sword.
Do you mean that ragged fellow who traded his weapon to me for a few torches and chunks of meat?
That's him.
I still have the sword.
How much do you want for it?
Well, for you, 50 gold pieces.
I won't tell her a thing from now on. That's an
Here's 50 gold pieces. Give me the Ulrich sword then.
Here's 50 gold pieces. Give me Ulrich's sword then.
Here you go. That was a good deal.
And it's going to get even worse.
Okay.
He can't keep anything to himself.
We got the sword.
And the human slew the beast, and it entered into Beliar's realm.
A ver, un momento, gente. Que hace rato que no reviso esto. A ver si me estáis escribiendo y no me entero. Que cualquiera se fía de esto. Pobre Alric. No le gana a nadie. No, ni a los magos. Pero es que la he liado, tenía que haber gastado virotes en lugar de las bolas de fuego, pero bueno. A ver.
Really? How interesting.
I got your sword.
I've got your sword.
Ah, that's much better than fighting with an old stick.
Otro 100 de experiencia. Oye, un momento. Aquí falta un ciudadano, ¿no? Es que suele haber 3 espectadores para las peleas. Es uno de los que se ha cargado el esqueleto antes, ¿verdad? Pues ya está, ahora tiene menos público. Encima de que le pegamos una paliza, ahora tiene menos público al Rick. Ay, Dios. Empiezan a bajar el número de ciudadanos ya en la ciudad. Ay, Dios. Luego para el capítulo 5 o así, ciudad de Corinis, población 5. No creo. Tan pocos no, pero... Pero sí, van a bajar unos... Van a bajar unos cuantos. Y... A ver... Ay, no puedo concentrarme así, de verdad. Pobrecillo, se quedó sin espectadores. Ya ves, tío. Ay, Dios. No puedo, Me estoy liando ya. Vamos a ver si podemos hacer la misión del concurso de bebidas. Ay, Dios. Es que no puedo, tío. No puedo concentrarme así. Ya empezamos con la puta risa. Ay. Bueno, lo que no he visto... vale, sí, a ver, tengo uno aquí, me parece. Sí, pergamino de dormir, que lo voy a equipar. Es que creo que no voy a utilizar más hasta más adelante. Es que los malditos pergaminos de dormir cuestan 100 de oro, ¿sabes? Aquí, durante la misión creo que solo tenía que dormir a Orland. Que, claro, ya ves tú. ¿Qué tendrá él que ver con el cofre de Rutger? Porque si te ves saquearlo, manipularlo de alguna forma, te viene a pegar. Y luego te pega el otro y ya te pega toda la taberna. Vale, vamos a darle el dinero a este. Bueno, voy a hacer un par de guardados. Vale, tengo que ir a la taberna primero. Sí, a hablar con Rutger. Rutger o Rutger. No recuerdo cómo se pronunciaba. Rutger, creo. Rutger. Es que me gusta decir las cosas bien. Ya es tanto tiempo hablando el inglés. A ver, hablando no tanto. Hablando ya sabéis que me trabo a veces en los diálogos. Es lo malo de no tener a nadie aquí para conversar. Pero del texto entiendo las cosas. De escuchar también más o menos ya entiendo. Claro, si se ponen a hablar rápido y tal y... Bueno, si es sobre todo acento británico, ¿sabes? De Londres, ahí ya sí que me pillo. Porque hablan de manera distinta. Digamos que serían como los andaluces en inglés. Por decirlo de alguna forma, ¿vale? No, que no se enfade nadie.
Hey, you!
Is the beer any good here?
Is the beer any good here?
It's not exactly the best, but in these bleak times, you can't be choosy.
Do you really believe that?
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
Up until a few weeks ago, I was slaving away on the landowner's field. One day it just got too much for me, and I took myself out of there straight away. Now I'm my own boss. Everything I own is in this chest here. That's all I need, too. Interested in a little contest?
That's really not my problem.
What kind of a contest would that be?
What kind of a contest would that be?
I call it bottoms up. The rules are quite simple. We take turns ordering a tankard of the best beer the old geezer has to offer. Every tankard has to be drunk dry, so that it doesn't even leave a ring if you set it on the table upside down. The last man standing wins. The loser pays the tab and a steak. Well, how about it?
Maybe some other time, when I'm not in a hurry.
There's nothing you can do about it.
Could I bet on somebody else, though?
Could I bet on someone else, though?
Certainly. If you finally manage to find someone with the guts to go up against me, then I'll bet with you. Everybody pays the same amount into a pot. The winner gets everything. The size of the stake depends on your purse. Bring me someone who dares to go up against me and you've got a bet.
Mm-hmm.
Do you really believe that?
I got somebody who wants to compete against you. Compete.
I've got somebody who wants to compete against you.
Who might that be?
Randolph.
Randolph the Braggart. All right, why not? Send the wimp to me and the deal stands. You can pick him up again no more than 2 days later. Who knows? Maybe you'll get lucky and he'll be able to stand by then. How big is your bet?
It was his decision, wasn't it?
100.
100.
That's what I like to hear. I'll take your bet and hold it until the contest is over, all right?
I agree with you completely.
Here's my stake.
Here's my stake.
All right. Don't take too long bringing Randolph here, you hear?
Había dicho complete en lugar de compete. Pero bueno, un pequeño fallito. Hombre, cómo no, tiene que estar aquí lloviendo. Cómo no. A ver. Bueno, Ruja. Otro que, como Bronco, de los personajes que menos me gustan del juego. Pero tiene que haber de todo, supongo. Sí. Además, ¿sabes? Bueno, tú supongo que ya lo sabrás, pero los personajes estos que tienen nombres en mayúscula, Randolph, Bromor, Brutus y otros que hay por ahí, son luego los poseídos en la partida del mago. Ok, voy a alejarme un poco de la taberna. No, tengo que ir a decírselo, es verdad. Se lo tengo que ir a decir y después ya empieza el concurso. Los poseídos, sí. Eso es. Voy a poner agua, pero espérate a que estén allí. Por eso decía lo del pergamino este de dormir, ¿sabes? Para dormir a Orlan, porque si me ven manipular el cofre me va a pegar, luego me pega a Rujar y se lían todos los de la taberna a darme de leches. Entonces... How much money do you need for the contest?
How much money do you need for the contest? 10 gold coins.
I'll give you the money to compete against Rujar.
I'll give you the money to compete against Rukar. Really? Thank you so much. I'll repay you soon. If I win, I'll even fork out a little more than that. I'll be seeing you.
Vale, ahí está. Vamos a echar una cabezadita para que se vaya la lluvia y yo recuperar mana. A ver. El cofre del Gilimemo. Si Greg se va, Rujar sale. Sí, lo sé. Pero bueno, con lo de Greg no tengo prisa de momento. ¡Uy! No había visto esto. ¿Veis lo que os digo? Que, a ver, muchas veces me habéis dicho... Joder, macho, Spectro, es que te lo sabes todo, es que tal... Hay detalles que se me escapan siempre, ¿veis? No soy perfecto. Sí que es verdad que tengo un gran conocimiento de estos juegos. Pero todo, ¿qué va? Mitad tengo aprendido, mitad tengo apuntado. Y además la partida esta de mago es la que menos veces me he pasado. Entonces si cometo algún error, espero que no, pues ya sabéis por qué es. Pero lo que veas también vale dormidos. Si no, olvido. No. A ver. Ah, bueno, es verdad, no. Orlan, es verdad, que se quedaba fuera. Era Orlan, claro.
Que ahora me va a hablar sobre ello. Y no, tengo que dormir al Rujar este, creo. O intentar que no me vea.
That was a fine mess you got me into. Now I can play lookout for Rookar again.
Why?
As long as he's holding his little contests in there, it's better if no outsider learns about it. It's not good for business, you see.
That was no big deal.
Sí, porque Rujar está de cara al cofre.
And there's more, believe me.
It's a bad business.
Did anything else of interest happen?
Did anything else of interest happen?
Not that I know of. Nobody tells me anything.
It had to happen sooner or later. And that's the truth. I'm not telling you anything new. That will never...
That doesn't surprise me.
You don't have to tell me.
Vale, supuestamente ya debería de estar. A ver, voy a probar una cosa. Ay, 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 ay.
That will never change.
Vamos a saquear la taberna.
I'm no better off myself.
It had to happen sooner or later.
Vale, ya no, ya no.
Will it ever change?
I've got no time for things like that.
Que del Rujar no me fío. Bueno, espera, espera. Vamos a hacer una cosa. Es que yo creo que se podía liar con este. Pero bueno, igualmente... A ver. He guardado aquí. Sí. Vamos a guardar en esta.
That was no big deal.
Vamos a probar.
That's not what I heard.
Ajá, ahí está.
I'm no better off myself.
It had...
Este creo que no lo podía abrir. ¿Ah, sí?
That was no big deal.
Oh. Pues fíjate, mira, de este no me acordaba.
Same old thing all over again.
Pues habéis visto otro ejemplo de cofre con candado que está abierto.
And there's more, believe me.
There's nothing you can do about it.
Vale, había dicho 2 o 3 días, ¿no? Le damos 3 por si acaso.
Tell me that isn't true.
Hey, you!
There you are, finally. I've been waiting for you.
What happened?
The drinking contest is finally over.
Who won?
This time, Randolph has won. Rookar must have been having a bad day. So, well, I hope that was the last time. I don't want that kind of to-do in my house ever again, remember that.
Wait a minute.
Hangover?
Hangover? No, I feel fine, really. It finally worked this time. Thanks again for your money. Here, take it back. Looks like Rookar won't be getting up anytime soon.
That's the truth.
You seem to have bitten off more than you can chew.
You seem to have bitten off more than you can chew.
Here's your money, and not one word more.
Nobody wants to know.
Vale, pues otro pellizquito de dinero. En otras circunstancias habría dormido para que Randolph aparezca automáticamente en la granja, pero como ya despejé todo eso, pues puede darse un paseo tranquilamente, que el pobre nunca sale de la granja. A ver. Vale.
Oh, me estaba olvidando. Espera. Antes de ir a los mercenarios. Voy a guardar. Vale, vamos a hacer la misión esta del olvido. Utilizando a Valentino. A ver. Vale. Buf. 2 bolas con este. Tendré que utilizar virotes más bien. Porque claro, las bolas de fuego mejor para los mercenarios. Que ya he utilizado bastantes. Vale, voy a desequiparla. A ver cómo calculo yo esto.
Someone's got to do the work.
Someone's got to do the work.
That was no big deal.
He'd better shut up.
Vale, vamos a hablar con el alquimista. Y luego es dormir hasta la noche.
I don't believe that. That's not what my husband thinks.
These are bad times. That's an open secret.
Who says things like that?
Ignaz.
Hey, you! Ah, you've come just in time. I'm in need of an assistant for a magic experiment. I'm sure you're eager to do me a favor for science's sake.
Easy, my friend. First tell me what this is all about.
I have developed a new spell. A spell of oblivion. I've already successfully carried out a few practical applications, but I don't have time to conduct one final test.
What's in it for me if I help you?
I could teach you how to brew potions. I know the recipes for healing and mana essences, and for potions of great speed.
Tell me more about the experiment and the spell.
Tell me more about the experiment and the spell.
The spell serves to make somebody forget various events. So far, I have only found it to work when the person in question is angry, for instance. If he has been knocked down or robbed. Even if he has only witnessed such a deed, he will scratch it from his memory.
So I'm supposed to knock somebody down and then put a spell on him?
Yes, I think you get the point. But to make somebody angry, it is enough to attack him. You don't have to knock him down. So you should pick somebody who's by himself. If there are other people around, you'll just get into trouble with Lord Andre. Also, it makes no sense to cast the spell on someone who's busy attacking you. Wait for the right moment.
Alright, I'll try out that spell.
Alright, I'll try out that spell.
Then take this spell scroll and find yourself
a suitable guinea pig. Once you're done, come back and tell me how it went.
Vale, vamos allá. Espera. Vamos a dormir hasta la noche. Vale, tengo que tener cuidado aquí, porque creo que se ha bajado Regis, Brian. A ver. Ciudadano. Bartok. Vale. Es que había uno por aquí con el que no quiero hablar todavía hasta el capítulo 3. Y bueno, pues hay que tener cuidado. Vale, un momento, gente, voy a resetear el chat. Como siempre, a ver si me estáis hablando y no me entero. Que ya sabéis cómo va esto. Vale. Creo que está bien. Esperemos.
Hey, you!
Well, what we have here?
Well, what have we here?
Have you no manners? That's disgusting. Oh, is this filthy rabble. Haven't you a job where you ought to be? But I suppose no one would miss a down-at-heel fellow like you, hey? Well, if you had as much gold as I do, you wouldn't have to work either. But you'll never be that rich.
I see I'm gonna have lots of fun with you.
I asked who you are.
I asked you who you are.
I am Valentino, the handsome, bon vivant and ladies' man. Poor in cares, rich in wisdom and gold, and the women throw themselves at me. If you have problems, keep them. I don't need them.
Okay.
Looks like I'm gonna have to teach you some manners.
Doesn't matter to me. Thrash me all you want. When I get up tomorrow, I'll be fine again. But you'll have to run around with that mug of yours for life.
Do you have anything else to tell me?
Do you have anything else to tell me?
Make yourself popular, never promise anything to anyone, take what you can, and watch out that you don't get into a quarrel with the militia. Or with jealous husbands, of course. They're the worst, let me tell you.
Valentino el chulo. Vale, vamos a ver. Con cuidado. Voy a tener que utilizar una porque esto es una emergencia. Vale, ahora. A ver. Aquí está esta. Aquí está, llave de su cofre y 200 de oro. Sigue sonando la música, ¿no? Eso es que alguien ahí por ahí arriba me ha visto. De alguna forma.
Oh man, my head.
Wait a minute.
Leave me alone, you filthy brute. Wait until Lord Andre hears of this.
Wait a minute. Do you have anything else to tell me?
Leave me alone.
Vale, ahí está. Hola Jordi, hola. Está tranquila la charla. Sí, la verdad. Parece que va bien esto. No sé si has leído la descripción, pero estoy reseteando a cada rato lo del chat. A ver si ahora no me salto ningún mensaje. A ver, estos me han visto.
Leave me alone, you filthy brute.
Sí.
Wait until Lord Andre hears of this.
Leave me alone, you filthy brute. Wait until Lord Andre hears of this.
Tía, me va a subir mucho la multa, ¿eh?
Hey, you.
Vale, la muchacha. O este.
Hey, you.
Es que por pegarle a alguien creo que son 50 de oro. Bueno, si son solo dos. Ah, bueno, más el que me haya visto por arriba. Porque acordaros que seguía sonando la música. Bueno, con suerte solo serán 150. Esperemos que no sea más. O bueno, tengo otro ahí, ¿no? Vale, voy a hacer una cosa. Que ya que estoy, oye, que me he ganado 200 de oro y al final no voy a tener beneficio. Voy a gastar ese otro hechizo.
Get out of my bed!
Would it never change? I couldn't get away with that.
Hey, you.
Leave me alone, you filthy brute. Wait until Lord Andre hears of this.
Cut out this magic crap. Smart kid.
Easy.
Hey.
What's new?
What's new? Everyone has been worried lately. It's not enough that the paladins have made themselves at home here. Now people are constantly disappearing in the strangest fashion. It's about time the militia finally did something about it.
Valentino me vigila de cerca. I see you.
Is it really true?
He'd better shut up.
The things I could tell you.
He listened to the wrong people.
Don't tell this to him.
Oh, damn it. What's up?
I use the spell scroll.
I used the spell scroll.
Fine, fine. And were you successful?
Yes, it worked.
Excellent. One small success for science, but a big one for me. Now, I can use my time to instruct you in the arts of alchemy. I could also give you some useful things if you want.
Okay. Instruct me in the art of alchemy.
Instruct me in the art of alchemy.
To prepare a potion at the alchemist's bench, you need a laboratory flask. And you're going to need different plants or other ingredients for each potion.
Vale. Voy a utilizar el punto que conseguí donando dinero al mago del fuego Daron para la esencia de maná, ¿vale? Eso es para luego... podrás hacer el extracto de maná, el maná puro, hasta que puedas hacer el maná permanente. Y a ver qué tiene este.
Show me your wares.
Vale, más pergamino de olvido, dormir y de animalitos. Ok. Vale. Creo que de momento nada, ¿eh? Tengo aquí botellas de estas. Vale, pues habrá que ir a pagar la multa. A ver, como le he dado el hechizo a Valentino y el hechizo al otro ciudadano, deben de quedar como 2, supongo. Así que será de 100 de oro. Si es que no me ha visto nadie más, claro. Que yo no sepa.
And Enos, in his wisdom, did so.
It is one thing if you brawl with the rabble in the harbor, but when you attack citizens or the king's soldiers, I must bring you to justice. If I let you get away with it, soon everyone here will do whatever he wishes. So, you will pay an appropriate penalty, and the matter will be forgotten.
How much?
50 gold pieces.
Bien. I want to pay the penalty.
I want to pay the penalty.
Good. I shall see to it that everyone in the city learns of it. That will restore your reputation to some degree.
Pues a lo mejor la música sonaba ahí porque se había quedado glitcheada o algo, no sé. Mejor que sea solo una persona.
Hear ye, inhabitants of Corinus. By the explicit order of the Honorable Lord Hagen, the following decree is hereby enacted. By reason of the imminent danger of an attack by orcs, each inhabitant of the city is to prepare himself accordingly. Everyone is to begin training in the skills of combat immediately and to arm himself.
Sí, yo creo que de aquí de momento no voy a hacer nada más. Bueno, voy a hablar con Garbel. Es que yo creo que tengo más información para él de lo que hablé con los cazadores y con la gente del puerto. Voy a hablar con Garbel y me voy para los mercenarios.
I won't tell her a thing from now on. That's not what my husband. I don't believe that. That's not what my husband thinks.
That's not what I heard.
That doesn't surprise me.
Hey, you!
Who said that?
What's going on at the harbor?
The orcs are breathing down our necks and you're asking about the harbor?
I only wanted to...
The biggest problem.
Vale. Ya está.
You listen to the wrong people.
Yo creo que a partir del capítulo 2, o más bien cuando hable con Lord Hagen, sí, ya podía informarle más.
That's terrible. That's what I've always said. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes.
Really? How interesting.
Who says things like that? Someone's got to do the work.
Now that's typical, isn't it?
Ah, mirar una cosa, gente. Si hay alguien por aquí. ¿Alguno que haya jugado a Oblivion? ¿Os acordáis de la ciudad Anvil? Pues eso, significa yunque. ¿Y os acordáis de la parte del campo del GTA San Andreas? Se llamaba Weston. Pues eso, piedra de afilar. Para que luego digan que... No, es que está todo en inglés, es que yo no entiendo, es que... Está por todas partes, gente. Al final, quieras que no, lo acabas aprendiendo poco a poco. Esto lo digo para los que decís que los juegos no vienen doblados y eso, que... A ver, yo os entiendo. Creedme que yo os entiendo perfectamente. Pero yo qué sé, a ver... Yo creo que un juego lo disfrutáis igual, ¿no? No sé. Es que también me estoy yo mentalizando para hacer el vídeo ese de las traducciones y el doblaje del que tanto he hablado anteriormente. A ver. He vuelto. ¿Cuánto te queda para ir al monasterio? Pues mira, Pedro, a ver. A ver si zumbando aquí a los mercenarios consigo el nivel 11 y ya iré de camino para allá. Ya solo quedaría eso. Y ya empezar a hacer las tareas de novicio de fuego. A ver. Jordi, sí, aunque no me acordaba de los nombres. Sí. Sí, hombre, yo me acuerdo de algunos. De Oblivion, de la ciudad de Anvil. Mira, hablando de Oblivion, que además hemos utilizado el hechizo aquí. Ah, bueno, ya lo he gastado, vale. Pero Oblivion significa olvido, ¿vale? Que es como se llama también el hechizo que hay aquí. Nombres de las ciudades de Oblivion, mira, me acuerdo de Shading Hall, me parece. Corral. Espérate. La Imperial City, ¿vale? La ciudad imperial. Las de abajo, fíjate, ahora mismo no me acuerdo, pero bueno, esas creo que no significan nada. Tendría que buscarlo. Y es curioso en el San Andreas que luego sí que hay nombres en español como Tierra Robada, que es pues el desierto, ¿no? Es que me hace gracia porque en todos los vídeos que veo ya por ahí de loquenderos y de gente así que siempre sube contenido muy parecido del San Andreas, dice el desierto de las aventuras, el campo. Y digo, joder, tienen nombres, ¿no? Digo yo. A ver, es que siempre los he llamado por su nombre, ¿no? Winston, Tierra Robada. No sé. Si fuera... Bueno, incluso en los Red Dead Redemption tienen nombres las zonas. Los estados, West Elizabeth. ¿Cómo era la zona de más abajo? La de New Austin. Y las zonas de más arriba, que bueno, solo existe ese mapa en el Red Dead 2. Está la zona esta de New Hanover. Ambarino, que es la zona de las montañas. Y la zona esta de Saint-Denis y Rhodes, que no me acuerdo cómo se llamaba. Pero ese era otro estado, separado también. A ver. Oblivion no le di tanta coña. Le di más al Skyrim. Sí, es verdad. Hay mucha gente que ni siquiera conoce el Oblivion. Está todo el mundo con el Skyrim. Y yo creo que el Oblivion nunca mejor dicho, ha quedado en el olvido. Pero es muy buen juego también. Yo creo que también lo que pasa es precisamente esto de lo que hablo, ¿no? El tema del doblaje. Porque el Oblivion no está doblado. Incluso yo creo que el parche para la traducción te lo tenías que buscar de manera extraoficial. Porque no... El juego creo que no viene doblado, que yo sepa. Siempre lo he tenido en inglés. Pero bueno. El Skyrim, en cambio, sí. El Skyrim te viene en inglés, en castellano. Yo creo que es un poco por eso también. Pero aún así el Oblivion es un juegazo. La verdad. Oblivion, el olvidado. Es que parece un chiste, tío. Vale. Pues vamos a empezar aquí con las tareas, ¿no?
Hey, where you think you're going?
To the house, of course.
Onar pays us not to let guys like you in here.
I want to talk to Lee.
What do you want from him?
He and I go way back.
He and I go way back.
You're a pal of Lee's? I don't believe a word. But go on in. If he doesn't recognize you, you'll know it. Lee's in the right wing. Don't even think about wandering around anywhere else.
That was obvious. I'd have gone about it differently.
A ver. Por casualidad no tendré...
But he knew that all along.
If he doesn't see that, I can't help him.
Espérate a que lo vendí.
Where did you pick that up then?
O no lo conseguí o lo vendí.
He never would have thought of that himself.
Hubiera sido una cagada, ¿eh? Es que estaba pensando en el plato de oro de María y de Owners, que por cierto no está aquí. A ver. Ah, bueno, estarán arriba, claro. Se estarán despertando y eso. Mírale.
Oh, damn it. What's up? Who let you in here? What are you doing here on my farm?
Everything all right here on the farm?
Everything all right here on the farm? I don't see how that's any of your business. You don't belong on the farm.
I want to work for you.
I want to work for you. I don't need a farmhand right now. My people see to everything else. You have no business here in the house, so get out.
You're revolting against the city, or so I heard.
You're revolting against the city, or so I've heard.
Now listen up. I inherited this farm and this land from my father, and he inherited it from his father. I'm not going to allow that greedy imbecile of a king to make off with all that just in order to feed his useless armies. The war with the orcs has been going on forever. And where do we stand? On the edge of defeat. No, I prefer to defend my farm myself. The money that I save this way can pay for my own army.
I want to work here as a mercenary.
I want to work here as a mercenary.
You? A mercenary? Don't make me laugh. If you were any good as a mercenary, Lee would have told me about you. Now get yourself out of here, pronto.
I want to buy a sheep.
I want to buy a sheep.
What are you doing here, then? See a sheep anywhere? If you want to buy a sheep, go out to the pasture. It's the right of my house. Have Pepe sell you one.
Sí, sí, a Pepe le iré a ver también. Pero... A ver... Luego el Skyrim y después ya vi el 3... Que el 3 se me hizo muy pesado, aguanté un rato, pero la mecánica de la estamina no me gustó. Ah, ya. Sí, hombre, si subes unos cuantos niveles al final te olvidas de ello. El 3 te refieres al Morrowind, ¿no? A ver, Pedro, ¿qué misiones vas a hacer más? ¿Vas a ver a Dexter? Pues... A ver, espérate. No, yo creo... Espera, déjame pensar un momento. No, yo creo que ir a ver a Dexter lo hacía ya cuando era mago. Porque para ponerse ahí a matar a los bandidos es todo un jaleo. Además, voy a necesitar invocar a muchos trasgos para que Greg no me quite tantos bandidos, ¿sabes? Para que no me quite tanta experiencia. Que si no... A ver, voy a mirar. Tengo 5 monedas antiguas, ¿no? ¿Es esta? Sí. Vale, no son muchas, pero os las voy a ir entregando a este. Wasile.
Don't even think about touching anything here. Otherwise, you'll get a couple upside the head. Got it?
What's your job?
What's your job?
Onar wants me to spend all day keeping an eye on his stuff. He's worried that something will go missing, and I would too in his place. Most of the mercenaries he's hired are former convicts from the penal colony. They'll walk off with everything that isn't nailed down if no one watches out.
There's a whole bunch of junk here.
There's a whole bunch of junk here.
That's right. And most of it is extremely valuable. Onar collects valuable objects. A simple man like me can hardly afford such luxury. I stick to other things.
And that would be?
I collect old coins.
Mm-hmm.
I've got an old coin here.
Show me. Oh yeah? That won't bring much on the open market. I'll pay you a gold piece for it. Exactly as much as it used to be worth.
It's a deal.
It's a deal.
Good. If you have any more of those, you'll know where to find me.
No os va a dar más por ellas, así que no insistáis. Aceptar el trato y ya está.
Interested in some more old coins?
Sure. Do you still have any?
A few.
Thanks. Here's your money. Bring me all you can find.
Has anyone tried to steal anything yet?
A few. And I caught them all.
A ver. Sí, el Morrowind me gustó el diseño, pero la estamina no me gustaba, se me hacía muy pesado los combates. Sí, en verdad, a ver, al principio es cierto, pero en cuanto empiezas a subir niveles, créeme, es más o menos parecido a los primeros Gothic. Más o menos. Pero si empiezas a subir niveles, luego se nota. Bueno, el Morrowind no está mal. Oblivion me... ¿Cómo que me? ¿Cómo que me? Es que habiendo jugado Skyrim no hay comparación. No, hombre, a ver. Son juegos completamente diferentes. Tienen su esencia propia, eso está claro. El Oblivion recuerda bastante a los primeros Fallout. Bueno, a los primeros. Al Fallout 3 y al New Vegas, quiero decir. Y el Skyrim recuerda bastante al Fallout 4. Tienen cada uno ahí sus cosillas.
Who the devil let you in here? What are you doing here? I thought you were dead.
What makes you think that?
Gorn told me it was you who brought down the barrier.
Yes, that was me, all right.
I never would have thought that a man could survive something like that. What brings you here? You aren't here without a reason.
I absolutely must talk to the paladins in town.
I absolutely must talk to the paladins in town. Can you help me get to them?
What's your business with the paladins?
That's a long story.
I've got time.
Zardoz sent me on a mission. He wants me to obtain a powerful amulet, the Eye of Inos.
So you're still allied to that necromancer. I see. And the paladins have this amulet?
As far as I know, yes.
I can help you get to the paladins, but first you need to become one of us.
How can you help me get to the paladins?
Trust me, I've got a plan. I think you're the right man for it. I'll take you to the paladins, and you'll do me a favor. But first, join us.
Ya está Lee como Dutch. I got a plan, John. You always got a plan, Dutch. Es que yo ahora, cada vez que escucho algo de un plan, me acuerdo de Dutch. Ay, Dios, tío, qué risa. A ver. Gothic me gustó más el tema de ir buscando en la vida para subir de nivel hasta que estás OP. Ah, claro. El Oblivion me recuerda al Gothic 3. Es de los que menos me gusta de la saga Gothic. Sí, es que, a ver, el tercer Gothic es que le pasa igual que al Dark Souls 2. Que no es mal juego, pero es el peor de todos, eso está claro. Aún así sigue siendo bueno, pero le faltaba bastante pulido. Tenía que haber sido lo que fue Risen. Y ya está. Porque el Risen tiene bastante esencia del 3, del Gothic 3. Pero bueno, fue lo que fue y ya está. No sé si en un futuro a lo mejor le hacen una remasterización y lo mejoran, pero quién sabe.
What exactly are you doing here?
Quite simple. I'm gonna see to it that we all get off this island. Onar hired us to defend his farm, and that's exactly what we're gonna do. But our reward is more than just our pay. By helping the farmers, we cut the city off from its provisions. And the less the paladins have to eat, the sooner they'll listen when I finally make them an offer of peace.
What is your offer going to look like?
Essentially, it will be about our pardons and free passage to the mainland. You'll learn more when the time comes.
Gorn told you about me? What happened to him?
Gorn told you about me? What happened to him?
You remember him, don't you?
Sure.
Sure.
He got caught by the paladins and was sent back to the Valley of Mines with a penal convoy. If the road to the Valley of Mines wasn't plastered with paladins and orcs, I'd have sent a couple of the boys already to free him. But the way things are, there's no point. Poor devil.
Ailey, Ailey. Si es que le voy a tener que rescatar yo, no te preocupes.
Everything fine with you?
If it's something important, go talk to Lee. Otherwise, leave me alone.
No me sale el diálogo ese.
I want to join you.
I'd hope you say that. I can use every able man here. The last mercenaries I accepted have done nothing but stir up trouble. In principle, you can start right away. Well, first there's one or two things we need to get straight, but it's no big deal.
What do I have to get straight before I can join you?
Onar, the landowner, is the one who employs us. You can only stay on the farm with his approval. And then there's the boys. I can only accept you if a majority of the mercenaries agree that you join us. But don't go to Onar before everything is straightened out. He's a very impatient fellow.
How can I convince the mercenaries to vote me in?
By doing what is expected of you as a mercenary, I should say. Talk to Torloff. He's usually outside in front of the house. He'll put you to the test. If you can pass that, you should have earned a large part of the necessary respect. He'll tell you everything else you need to know.
What do you know about the Ring of Water?
What do you know about the Ring of Water?
I might have known. You just have to mingle in everything, don't you?
Come on, tell me.
I'm only marginally involved in this. I know that this secret guild exists here and that the water mages are behind it. Since the fall of the barrier, I am no longer bound to the agreement I came to with the water mages back then. Of course, I still help when I can, but most of the time, I have my own problems and barely any time for other things. If you want to know more about it, you should probably talk to Cord. He's one of them, as far as I know.
Vale, ahora vamos a hablar con Torloff, y esto es importante. Si queréis ganar bastante más experiencia, elegir la misión de echar a la milicia de las granjas. A ver. El Gothic 3 es tosco y mal optimizado. Sí. Lo bonito de Gothic 3 es conquistar el mapa y eso es una parte que me gustó. Es lo único bonito. La grandeza del mapa. Sí, la verdad es que sí. Tiene un montonazo de cosas. Muchísimos enemigos que podrían haber puesto enemigos que salían en los anteriores, la verdad. Y no y no degradar a los enemigos que se quedaron. Por ejemplo, no sé si estaréis de acuerdo conmigo, pero es que si veis a la bestia de la sombra del Gothic 3 comparada con la del primero o el segundo, es que la del 3 parece un peluche para niños. Te lo juro, tío, es que la ves y parece un peluche. Sí, sigue siendo peligrosa en el juego, pero es que la ves y parece un peluche. No me jodas. ¿Y los trolls qué pasa? A mí me gustaba cómo se veían los trolls en el 1 y el 2. Es que los estropearon de una manera. Y los carroñeros, joder, que eran tan altos como las personas, los pusieron como polluelos. No sé, quiero pensar que a lo mejor al estar en el continente, pues la especie evoluciona y ahí es de manera diferente. Como que en la isla de Corinis eran más fuertes y pues en el continente eran más débiles o algo, no sé. Pero es que aún así me duele verlos. Me duele verlos. A ver. Pero tienen su lore también de por qué son así. Sí, a ver, yo esa parte no la he revisado mucho, pero yo me imagino que será lo que he dicho, ¿no? Vamos, no sé, es una teoría mía. A ver.
Hey, what do you want from me?
I want to join the mercenaries.
I want to join the mercenaries.
Oh, and why do you think I should be in favor of you being accepted here?
Never knew that. How do you know who to believe these days?
Put me to the test.
Put me to the test.
Did Lee send you to me?
He said you would help me.
Fine, so here we go. There are two things you have to do before you can join us. First, you have to prove that you're capable of mastering the tasks that you will have to fulfill as a mercenary. I'll put you to the test. And second, you have to earn the respect of the other mercenaries.
Well, how can I earn the respect of the other mercenaries?
For most of them, it'll be enough if you fulfill your task and pass my test. But you'll have to find some other way of convincing some of them. Some will try and exploit your situation, and others may not like your mug. You should try to get along with as many of the boys as possible. But if nothing else helps, then you can always take part in a duel. If you win, you'll earn the respect of most of them. But watch out that you don't kill one of them by accident, because then you'll have a big problem.
Ajá. Eso es verdad. Hay que evitar matarlos, a ser posible.
What are the rules for a duel?
Quite simple. Both opponents have to have the opportunity to draw their weapons before the first blow. You can't just go and belt one of the men without warning. There has to be some sort of spoken challenge, an insult, or another reason to fight. None of the other men will interfere in a fight like that, unless one of the two gets killed in the duel.
Bueno, hay veces que sí, hay veces que puedes zumbarles sin provocarles, con insultos ni nada de eso. Lo que sí tienes que hacer es llevártelo de la zona para que no te vean los otros mercenarios y los granjeros, porque si no, te sube la multa.
What about you? Will you vote me in?
If you can prove that you can fulfill the duties of a mercenary, yes.
What are my duties as a mercenary?
Onar hired us for two reasons. He wants us to keep the militia off his back, and he wants us to keep things in order on his farms. That includes collecting the rent when the small farmers won't pay. So, what'll it be?
Got my own opinion about that.
I'll deal with the militia. Don't worry.
I'll deal with the militia. Don't worry.
The farmer Bengar has complained that lately the militia from the city has been getting on his nerves. They're pressuring the farmer, probably trying to make him break with Onar. I want you to go to his farm and make it clear to the militia that they have no business there. Questions?
How can I find Bengar's farm?
In the southwest of the valley is a big stairway that leads to a high plain. That's where Bengar's farm is. If you get lost, ask the farmers in the fields how to find your way around the area.
That's really said that problem.
Can you help me improve my abilities?
I could show you how to use your strength better in close combat. A lot of fighters are very weak because they don't have the technique to use their strength properly. The same is true for dexterity and ranged weapons.
Same old thing all over again.
I want to improve my abilities.
I want to improve my abilities.
Vale, este ya le tenemos desbloqueado. Creo que luego, aunque seas mago, te sigue ayudando a subir, si no me equivoco. Y bueno, aunque no te ayudase, sigue habiendo más tutores por ahí, pero bueno, ya le tenemos a este desbloqueado. Este, más que nada, por la destreza, lo digo. Pero bueno, como la quiero subir más adelante, pues no hay mucha prisa.
How's my reputation among the mercenaries?
Let's see. Cypher says that for him it was crystal clear that you'd get to join. Something seems to have made him really happy. Raul's against you. I think he can't stand you. I don't need to say anything about Silvio and Volko. Those two morons are against everyone. And Dar says you're a blabbermouth. But his vote doesn't count for very much here. The rest of the mercenaries haven't said anything. Most of them are just waiting to see if you pass the test. You're far from done, kid. If you want us to accept you, you'll have to do something for it.
Vale, vamos a conseguir un voto rápido, que es el de Wolf.
That's all just gossip.
Everything all right?
Doing all right?
Hey, I know you. From the colony. What do you want here?
I've come to join you.
I've come to join you.
Why not? I've got nothing against it. Anyway, you freed our mind from the guards back then. But don't count on getting along with the others here so easily. A lot of newbies have come along since then, and some of the old mercenaries won't remember you. I almost didn't recognize you. You look rather haggard.
When the barrier fell, I barely got away with my life.
Looks like you got lucky then.
Nobody will learn anything from me.
Do you have anything to sell?
Oh, don't ask. Bennett, one of the new guys, takes care of the weapons and armor now. In the colony, I was responsible for Lee's entire weapons store. And then along came a trained smith and pow, I'm out of a job. I desperately need a new job, even if all I do is guard the farms out there. I don't care, just as long as I'm not twiddling my thumbs here anymore.
It had to happen sooner or later.
I can't believe that. I already thought as much. Have you tried finding a job in town?
In the city? Wild horses couldn't drag me there. Or do you think I would want to work there as a militia soldier? I can just imagine myself in the courtier's uniform, and then that obsession with obedience. Nah, forget it. There may not be anything to do here on the farm, but at least I can do what I want.
You mustn't believe everything you hear. And? Found a new task yet?
Not so far. Let me know if you have a job for me.
Can you teach me anything?
I can teach you a few tricks in handling a bow if you want. I don't have anything better to do right now anyway.
Vale, otro más con el que hemos hablado. Vamos a guardar, que hace rato que no le damos. A ver. Es triste ver cómo revientan un juego con esas decisiones. Los diseños, con lo que molan los Assassins. Sí. Ostras. Y la lucha con dos espadas y eso que tienen, Vale, aquí tenemos a una señorita. Que esta creo que nos vende alguna seta de esas que necesitamos. O... Bueno, no recuerdo, vamos a ver.
Hey.
Hello, pretty girl.
Hello, pretty girl.
Just where did you escape from?
They say you are revolting against the king.
My father has decided that it's time we defended ourselves. The militia never helped us anyway. They only came here to drag off our provisions.
Nothing amazes me anymore.
What kind of work is to be had here on the farm?
My father pays money to all the men who help defend the farm. Are you interested? You don't look like someone who has a passion for field labor.
How much does your father pay?
You'd have to negotiate that with him. All I know is that each mercenary here gets paid every day.
Are there any rules here that I should stick to?
You don't touch anything here that isn't yours. You stay away from the areas that are none of your business. And if you must pick a fight, stick to the mercenaries. If you start a brawl with the farmers, everybody here will be against you.
What's your job here?
I sell the goods that we produce. If you want to buy something, just let me know. But let me warn you, I won't stand for either haggling or stealing, understood?
Has anything significant happened lately?
A few days ago, my father decreed that we're no longer allowed to sell anything in town. So now I'm staying here on the farm and selling my wares to visitors only.
Vale, vamos a ver qué tenía esta.
Show me your wares.
What can I offer you?
Ah, mira, jamón. Vale. Pues no, no tenía setas de esas. A lo mejor el ayudante del herrero. Houts.
Hello, I'm new here.
Don't take this the wrong way, but I'm not really in the mood for conversation. I'm totally wrecked.
You're awfully busy, huh?
You can say that again. Bennett makes so many weapons that I can hardly keep up with the polishing.
What can you tell me about the farm?
This is Onar's farm. That big building is his house. He vacated a wing for the mercenaries. We farmers have had to bunk in the barn ever since. But it's all right with me. It's good that we have people who guard the farm. The building here is the kitchen. Maybe you'll be lucky and Thekla will have something for you to eat.
What about the mercenaries?
Onar hired them to keep the city militia off our backs. But they also guard the farm, the sheep, and us farmers. So don't even think about stealing anything or rummaging around in somebody's chest. They're just waiting for a chance to knock you down.
Can I buy weapons from you?
I don't have much. We take almost all the swords and axes into Onar's house.
Vale, pues este no tenía seta. Ah, mira, tenía un cigarrillo de hierba del pantano. Pero bueno, como ya completamos la misión esa de Sniper, pues ya da igual. Vale, dentro está Jarvis, que era el que vigilaba la entrada hacia el campamento nuevo, en la colonia. Y este nos va a pedir que tumbemos a los hombres de Silvio. A Fester, Sentenza, Raúl, Bulco, Rod, todos esos, ¿no? Que lo iremos haciendo ahora poco a poco. Ah, importante, gente. ¿Veis a la señora de allí?
Cut out this magic crap already. Smart kid.
Thekla, ¿vale? Si queréis que os dé los estofados, no vayáis a hablar con ella hasta que bien, o uno, no seáis mago, novicio no cuenta, mago, ¿vale? O dos, seáis un paladín, soldado de la milicia no cuenta, ¿vale? Paladín. O bien tres, ya seáis un mercenario. Porque de lo contrario, ahora si hablo con ella no me daría un estofado de fuerza. A ver, yo esto lo voy a hacer para enseñároslo. Yo la fuerza aquí no la voy a utilizar. Esto es solo magia, como pone ahí. Only magic. Pero para que lo sepáis.
Hey, you!
Hey, don't I know you from somewhere?
It's possible. I was in the colony too.
Right. What do you want?
Don't have to tell me that. How's the situation?
Right now, we've got real trouble. Two factions are building up amongst us mercenaries. Silvio and his people doubt that Lee is following the right plan.
How come there are two factions?
Most of us came out of the colony with Lee back then. But some of the mercenaries hooked up with us later. They didn't come from the colony, but were farther south fighting the Yorks. Somehow they got wind that Lee needed people. Their leader was Silvio. He agreed that Lee was in charge, but now he's trying to stir up the mercenaries against him and his plan. A lot of Lee's people don't think that it's a big problem, but I know guys like Silvio. He'll go to extremes to realize his ideas.
That's nothing new. Do you know what Lee's intentions are?
Lee wants us to wait and starve the paladins in the city. He is planning to get us all away from the island, and Enos knows I've got nothing against getting away from here. I don't really know how he's planning to go about it, but I trust him. He's led us well so far.
Do you know what Silvio is planning?
Silvio found out that some of the paladins have moved out to the old colony. He says the rest of the paladins wouldn't dare to attack us here and wants to take advantage of the situation. Plunder the small farms, waylay the militia patrols outside the city, hold up travelers, things like that. But Lee thinks that would be the worst thing we could do in our situation.
I want to become a mercenary.
I want to become a mercenary.
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Where's the problem?
Well, I either have to vote for you or against you. And in the situation we're in, I'll only vote for you if I can be sure that you're on Lee's side.
Let's wait and see what happens.
So, what should I do?
So what should I do?
Simple. Beat up a few of Silvio's boys. That way both sides will know exactly where you stand. And if you stick to the rules for a duel, you'll even win the respect of the others.
Totally obvious.
What are the rules for a duel?
What are the rules for a duel?
Go to Torloff and let him explain it if you're interested. Just so we understand each other. I don't care if you stick to the rules or not. Just as long as the boys wind up out cold in the mud.
¿Lo veis? No importa si sigues las reglas o no. Tú zúmbales como sea. Aunque si los quieres pillar desprevenidos, pues mejor.
Which of the mercenaries are Silvio's men?
There are 6 men. First of all, Silvio himself and his right-hand man, Bulco. Then there's Rod, Sentenza, Fester, and Raoul. The rest of the people are either neutral or on Lee's side.
You don't have to ask me that. How many of Silvio's people should I defeat?
If you knock 3 of them to the ground, then you've proven which side you're on. Whom you choose is your business. Just one little hint. This isn't about proving your courage. Don't go up against Silvio himself. He'll make mincemeat out of you.
Lo sé, lo sé. Silvio a estas alturas del juego es inmortal, así que no se le puede hacer nada. Y una anotación más, ¿vale, gente? Sobre Zecla, la cocinera. Os va a dar estofados si pertenecéis a esos grupos que os he dicho, ¿vale? Mercenario, paladín o mago. Si sois un rango más bajo, no vale. Luego, además, si habláis con ella, ya siendo de esas facciones, os va a mandar ir a ver a Shagita, la arbolaria del bosque, para que le traigáis un paquete de hierbas, ¿vale? O algo de eso. Y os va a dar otro estofado. Os dará otro estofado si le pegáis a Bulco. Y os dará otro estofado más si derrotáis a todos los dragones. Yo creo que esos eran todos, si no me equivoco. Si lo recuerdo bien. Vale, a ver. Vale, vamos a ir primero a por Buster. Ok. Entonces voy a equiparme esta. Voy a dormir para que se habrá pasado parte del día, ¿no? Sí. Son las 4 en el juego. Bueno, antes de ir a por Buster, voy a comprobar una cosa, ¿vale? Voy a comprobar una cosa en la taberna. Es que no sé si llegué a conseguir el plato de oro de Onar y María. Y si lo he llegado a conseguir, lo mismo se lo he vendido a este. cosa que no debería haber hecho. Pero claro, como lo he hecho tan rápido, pues... Sigues ahí, Pedro. Bien, bien. Pero ahora estás haciendo algo mientras. Vale. Vale. Vosotros escribirme de vez en cuando, ¿vale? Yo estoy reseteando el chat para que no tenga problemas como los de ayer. A ver si se pasa también el usuario este, el que se llama ElSonidoDeLosDinosaurios, que ayer al pobre tampoco pude leerle porque esto me iba mal. Yo creo que es el único que queda de los que estaba ayer. Es que esto de la aplicación, macho, es una puta patata a veces y... no sé, me cabrea. Me cabrea porque, claro, la gente me habla, yo no me entero y... lo odio, tío. Ahora, pues... a ver si me puedo apañar así un poco. Estoy planeando... a ver si un amigo me ayuda a configurarlo. Poner el chat en pantalla, que también ayudaría bastante, ¿sabes? A ver.
Show me your wares.
Certainly, brother of the ring.
Ah, vale, vale, vale. Pues entonces es que no lo tenía. A ver. Pues vale, ya que estoy aquí voy a ir a la ciudad un momento. Para conseguir el plato de oro. Esperemos que me salga bien. Vale, si no la tengo todavía necesitaré la llave de la torre donde suele vigilar el soldado de la milicia Pablo.
Don't tell this to anyone. Who says things like that? Go away, don't tell me that.
Why won't they listen to me?
But so great was the wrath of Beliar that he came across the land and chose a beast.
And he works all day too.
Vale, ahí tenéis a Pablo. ¿Hoy te cocinó algo, Roro?
I'll never get this open without the right key.
Ajá, ah, vale, la llave está... Ah, sí, sí, vale, vale. La llave estaba allí en el cuartel, vale. No, entonces no hacía falta. Me parece. Claro, la llave estaba en el cofre, creo, junto al plato. Ay, Dios, qué risa me ha entrado. Es que se me ha ocurrido de repente. Vale, vinito. Miel. A ver. Tiene que estar aquí. Sí, esta es la llave de la torre, vale, vale. Y este es el plato que estaba buscando. De Onar y María. Vale, ahora salir. Sin que me vean. Uf. Es importante que esto lo hagáis con el paso lateral, que estoy haciendo yo, ¿vale? Al no tener sigilo es lo que funciona. Al principio. Si lo hacéis así andando normal, os van a pillar, os oyen, ¿vale? Es que me he venido aquí a por el plato de oro porque digo, joder, ya que estoy allí en la granja de mercenarios, vamos a hacer todas las tareas de golpe, ¿no? Se me ha olvidado antes recogerlo, pero bueno. Tampoco es que se tarde demasiado, ¿no? En ir para allá. Es que, a ver. Hoy a Pablo le apetecía ser el castillo del Valle de las Minas. Claro, y Roro le ha forjado una pedazo de espada para cumplir la tarea, ¿no? Ay, Dios, tío, qué risa, de verdad. Con las tontunas. Vale, espera, ya que tengo esto. Ah, sí. Bueno, se me ha olvidado abrir la torre esa donde está el soldado Pablo, pero... Vale, ya iré a por ella. A ver, lo que hay es una espada corta, ¿vale? De la milicia, creo. Y me vendría bien para luego venderla, pero bueno, tenemos bastantes cosillas.
See that? I can't help him.
It was his decision, wasn't it?
All that matters is strength.
Oye, espera, que me voy. Vale, aquí está Buster. Entonces son 2 bolas de fuego y un relámpago pequeño. Tengo aquí las 2 cosas, ¿no? Vale.
What does he know about duty?
Bueno, señores, pues que empiecen las tortas.
Hey, you!
What do we have here? Don't I know you from somewhere?
Who wants to know?
Who wants to know?
I'm Buster, one of Lee's mercenaries. And you had better be a little nicer to me, or I'll have your hide. All right. What do you want here?
That's none of your business.
That's none of your business.
Nobody talks to me like that, you worm. I think it's time to kick your butt.
A fight. Not bad.
¡Hala! Ahí va el primero.
Nothing to plunder.
Nothing to plunder. Ya le he saqueado todo. A esperar a que despierte. Ah, importante pagarle, ¿vale? Pagarle el dinero que pide.
Well, we'll see the next time. All right. You're the better fighter. What do you want?
I want to find out more about the mercenaries in this region.
I can't tell you much about this region. You'd better ask the farmers. And as for us mercenaries, we have a very simple rule. If you can stand your ground, you're in. I think you're made of the right stuff to be one of us. But you shouldn't let it get to your head that you lucked out during our last fight. There are plenty of guys on the farm who are quite a bit better than I am. Sentenza, for one. He guards the entry to the farm. Whatever you do, don't pick a fight with him.
What about this Sentenza?
What about this Sentenza?
He'll try to squeeze some gold out of you when you come to the farm. He does that to all newcomers. And if I were you, I'd pay up. That's what I did back then. And the good thing was that he voted for me afterwards. One good turn deserves another, he said. I lost all my gold in the bargain, but it wasn't much to begin with. And I was glad of it in the end. I once watched him beat up a fellow who had decided not to pay him.
Thanks for the hint.
Indeed. Could it be worth anything to you?
Here you are, 5 gold pieces.
Here you are, 5 gold pieces.
Thanks, man. Looks like I can take a few tonight after all. I won't forget this.
Vale, son 5 monedas de oro, o sea, no es gran cosa, así que pagarle siempre. Y hablando de Sentenza, a ese también pagarle. Porque si lo recuerdo bien, aunque le tumbéis, no os vota. Esto os lo digo si queréis ser mercenarios, ¿vale? A ese pagarle siempre. Cuando seáis mercenarios, pues ya que os devuelva el dinero invertido, ¿no? Decimos que ¡pum!, se echa a dormir y se despertará un poco dolorido, pero bueno, no pasa absolutamente nada.
I want to join the mercenaries.
Anyone who can whack as hard as you shouldn't have too much trouble around here. My vote doesn't count much, since I haven't been here for long. But when Lee asks me, I'll vote for you.
Lee is the leader of the mercenaries, isn't he?
Right. Hey, now I remember where I know you from. You were in the colony, too.
So I was.
I didn't see you when the Big Bang happened. Not for a while before that, either.
I had other problems.
You've missed out on quite a lot, then. Things have changed since we were in the slammer together.
What became of the mercenaries in the colony?
Once the barrier was gone, Lee let us out of the colony. He said that nothing could happen to us if we all stuck together. And he was right. It wasn't too long before we found ourselves a cozy spot right here. The landowner pays us to beat up the militia from the city, and most of us would have volunteered to do that even without pay. But Onar feeds us all, and we can bide our time until we see a good opportunity to get away from this blasted island.
Can you teach me how to fight better?
I might well be able to give you a hint or two.
Vale, esto nada. Y ya está. A ver, aquí me voy a centrar solo en los mercenarios que tengan nombre. Los que pongas solo mercenario, pues no. Porque los que tienen nombre son los que cuentan. Luego ya más adelante, si queréis experiencia extra, ya cuando seáis un mago hecho y derecho, pues perfectamente podéis empezar a zumbarles a los demás. Vale, a ver. Vamos a hacer un guardado. Otro guardado por aquí. Vale, Fester. 6 virotes de fuego y un relámpago pequeño. Ajá. Vale. A ver, aquí para recuperar el mana este que he gastado sí que voy a dormir. Pero cuando me vaya a enfrentar a Fester y no tenga más, huiré de él hasta que se vaya alejando. Y sí, tomaré una poción, ¿vale? Pero va a ser solo para estos casos. Porque claro, ¿qué pasa si me voy a dormir después de haberle pegado con esos hechizos? Que se va a recuperar. los NPCs humanos se recuperan, ¿vale? Cuando te vas a dormir. Se recuperan igual que tú. Pero sin embargo los orcos, por ejemplo, las bestias, animales, pues no. Y eso es una ventaja. Pero con estos hay que calcular bien lo que haces. Vale, gente, a ver. ¿Qué pone? Como no tenía la runa adecuada para ir allí, le he fabricado un caballo de juguete. Gente, un momento. Voy a ir un momento al baño, ¿vale? Y vengo enseguida. Vale, escribirlo por ahí, ¿vale? Por si alguien se pasa. Spectro, vuelve enseguida. Yeah, that's right, Pedro. Be right back. I'm back already. Vale, vamos a colocar esto para que me escuchéis bien. Y nada, a ver. Entonces habíamos dicho Fester, 6 virotes de fuego y un relámpago pequeño.
What are you doing here?
I'm preparing for battle.
Why?
Why?
Lately, the farmers have had more and more problems with field raiders. A few of them even managed to get themselves eaten. Fat Onar didn't exactly find that amusing. None of us got our pay for a week, and it was more or less my fault. Now Lee wants me to wipe out the creature's nest by myself. And the other boys have already made bets on whether I'll survive.
Are you a good fighter?
Are you a good fighter?
I'm fair with a sword, but with a bow, I'm very good. Why do you ask?
Where's the nest?
Where's the nest?
In the middle of the field here, in the big rock.
We could attack the nest together.
We could attack that nest together.
You want to help me? Why?
I want to join you.
I want to join you.
Oh, so that's the way it is. You want to prove how good you are. All right. Let's attack the beast together.
Let's attack the nest.
Let's attack the nest.
Right now? Or do you need to equip yourself first? You could go back to the farm first.
There is no time like the present.
There's no time like the present.
Good. Then let's see what you got.
Ahora aparecerán incursores por aquí, por los alrededores, vale, por esta zona, por aquella de allí. Estos, como ya los eliminamos, pues ya no me los va a quitar él. Los eliminé con la ayuda del Ares.
So, this is where they dragged the dead farmers. Disgusting. The filthy things should all be wiped out now. Let's go back.
Wait a minute.
What about our agreement?
What about our agreement?
Are you kidding? You didn't do anything for it.
I think your hide could do with another tanning. I don't like having my leg pulled.
Don't make me cry.
Vale, ahora hay que recargar. Creo que ese último lo he fallado, ¿eh?
Yeah! Run as fast as you can!
Oh. Ush. Cuidado. Sí, había fallado un tiro. Bueno, pues ahí está.
Oh man, my head.
Wait a minute.
All right, you're the better fighter. What do you want?
Vale. Pues este está... Vamos a echar una cabezadita. Ah, mirad. Ahí están, ¿veis? Han reaparecido los incursores. Y a ver... Sí, por aquí también. Qué raro, jurarían que aparecían por aquí cerca también. Bueno, de esos nos vamos a olvidar ahora. Hasta que no seamos magos, porque no interesan. Vale, para quitar nosotros de encima vamos a votar aquí a Sentenza.
Where do you think you're going?
I wanted to have a look around, that's all.
I wanted to have a look around, that's all.
There's a heap of trouble here for men like you. Are you telling me you just want to look around? Ha! So you're headed for the farm. Why else would you have trudged all the way here, So don't give me any of that bullshit, and let me search you and you can go on your way.
Suit yourself, search me then.
Suit yourself. Search me then.
Now then, let's see what we have here. Ah, gold. It can be very dangerous carrying so much gold around. A lot of mercenaries are real cutthroats, not honest fellows like me.
Nah.
I only want 50 gold pieces from you. That's the toll here. And you only need to pay once. That's fair, isn't it?
Sí, sí, no te preocupes, ya me los cobraré. A este al principio siempre pagarle, siempre. Luego ya os lo cobráis más adelante. Hola, Brio. ¿Qué? ¿Estás de paso o te vas a quedar un ratillo? Que nunca te veo aquí más de 5 minutos. Vale, a ver. Ah, ya hiciste el primer directo. Bien. Eso es. A ver si los puedo ver luego en directo. Vamos a ver. Vamos con el siguiente. Que será Rod. 3 bolas de fuego, 3 virotes, relámpago pequeño. Wow. Vale, a ver, Rod es un caso bastante facilillo, porque ahora le quitaremos la espada y demás y no se la devolvemos. Se cabreará y vendrá por nosotros. Pero claro, con los puños no nos van a hacer mucho daño. Vale, Brio, vale.
Hey. How are things?
What do you want from me, weenie?
Just gossip.
How's it going?
That's none of your business, weakling.
Nobody wants to know.
I want to join the mercenaries.
There's no place for wimps around here.
No idea, you tell me.
Can you teach me how to handle two-handed weapons?
Listen, boy. It takes a lot of strength to wield a two-handed weapon. Why don't you slink off to the pasture for a game of ring around the rosy with the sheep?
No idea, you tell me.
I am strong enough.
I am strong enough.
Nonsense, you couldn't even lift a decent sword like mine.
I say I'm strong enough.
I said I am strong enough.
Oh, you're killing me. Want to risk a little bet?
Mm-hmm.
You just have to listen.
I bet I can handle your sword.
Really? How much should I relieve you of? Well, you look like a poor sucker. Let's make it 30 gold pieces. Do you even have that much?
Sure.
Can't rely on
Sure.
Let me see, then.
Here.
All right, let's see how strong you are.
I can't wield this weapon.
That's what I'm saying. Now, give me back my weapon.
I think not.
I think not.
What was that?
I think I'm going to keep it a little longer.
Just you wait, you bastard.
Vamos para allá.
No idea, you tell me.
Esto es importante que lo alejemos de los granjeros y eso, porque si no, si me ve pegar en los granjeros, me va a subir la multa. Entonces no interesa. Vale.
I'll get you yet.
Uah.
I'll get you yet.
Vale, si lo he calculado bien, le quedan 2 de estas.
I'll get you yet.
Ahora este. Bien. Ahí está. Otro más en la lista. Fuera.
Don't you try that again.
Wait a minute.
All right, you win. What do you want?
I want to join the mercenaries.
So what about handing me my sword back first, eh?
Le devolvemos ya la espada.
Here's your sword back.
High time, too.
I want to join the mercenaries.
Okay, I don't carry grudges. You can fight, and that's what counts. Most of the lads here think nothing of a little brawl amongst friends. You'll get used to that. As far as I'm concerned, you're in.
Can you teach me how to handle two-handed weapons?
I'm not a bad fighter, but that doesn't mean I'm a good teacher. Still, I think I can show you the basics of two-handed combat anyway.
How's it going?
I'm curious to see whether they'll let you join.
Vale, a ver qué nos queda. Nos quedaría Raúl y Bulco de esta zona. Y luego ir a pegar a la milicia. ¿Me dará tiempo en 20 minutos? Es que quiero acabar por ahí, hacia las 8 y 20. Bueno, sí, más o menos. Y 20 y 25 debería darme tiempo. Haciéndolo rápido. Lo de la milicia ya creo que lo dejaré para mañana. Pero por lo menos para zumbar un par más creo que puedo. A ver, entonces, Raúl, relámpago normal, 5 virotes de fuego, relámpago pequeño. Vale. A ver. Cinco virotes, relámpago normal.
All that matters is strength. So don't tell me that.
But he knew that all along.
All that matters is strength. So don't tell me that.
I wouldn't be so sure.
You listen to the wrong people.
I've heard a thing or two.
What do you want?
You hardly know who to believe these days.
I want to have a look around the farm.
Don't go into the building on the left. Silvio's in there. He's not in a good mood right now. If he sees a weakling who doesn't belong on the farm, he might get the idea of venting his bad mood on him.
I've got no time for things like that.
I want to join up with Lee.
Lee won't have much to say around here if he keeps on this way.
What do you mean?
He wants us all to sit around here and twiddle our thumbs. Intimidate a few farmers now and then, and that's it. Silvio always says offense is the best defense, and damn right he is.
Never change.
Don't say you didn't know that.
Who is Silvio?
Who is Silvio?
Our next leader, if you ask me. If you plan on asking him if you can join us, forget it. You look like you're barely good for herding sheep.
I've got my own opinion about that.
Methinks I'm gonna to punch you in the face.
Methinks I'm gonna punch you in the face.
What?
That's exactly what you need right now.
I've been too nice to you so far, haven't I?
Vámonos. Hasta que alcance una distancia adecuada, porque no quiero fallar el tiro.
Stop right there, you lowlife.
Vale. Vamos a ver qué más.
Stop right there, you lowlife.
1, 2.
Stop right there, you lowlife.
3. Uy, va.
Stop right there, you lowlife.
Correr otra vez.
Stop right there, you lowlife.
Vale, ahora relámpago pequeño para aturdirlo.
Stop right there, you lowlife.
Y listo. Yo creo que se ha glitcheado la música, ¿eh?
We'll see about that. All right, you win. What do you want?
I'd like to become a mercenary here. Do you mind?
Do whatever you want.
Que no, Brio, que no soy mago. Tú me ves aspecto de mago y voy con una armadura de cuero.
Have fun.
Estoy usando pergaminos, no runas. Los pergaminos los puedo utilizar cualquiera, pero las runas no.
I'm staying out of it.
Voy a darle aquí a cargar. Que se había glitchado lo de la música. Vale, vamos a hablar con Jester. O sea, Jarvis, perdón.
Hey.
Bueno, no, nos faltaría... Nos falta Vulco, es verdad, nos falta Vulco. Lo decía por la barra azul. No, a ver. Cualquiera en este juego puede utilizar magia siempre que sea pergaminos. Claro que tienes mana. La barra azul, como dices. Pero... Pues eso. Magia de pergaminos. Todavía no tengo runas. Estos son de un solo uso. Luego ya cuando vaya al monasterio, pues sí. Y cuando vaya al monasterio todavía tendré que hacer algunas tareas, pero ya estaré más cerca. 3 horas de directo llevo. Ya, es que hoy quería dedicarme bien a esto. Que a ver si... Ya estoy bastante cerca del nivel 11. Yo creo que cuando haga tareas allí en el monasterio... Sí. Sí, ya subiré al nivel 11 de sobra. A ver. Entonces, Vulco... 3 relámpagos normales, una bola de fuego, un relámpago pequeño. A ver... Vale. Esto cuesta... 75... Ah, no, eso es del daño de magia, vale. Esto... Sí, yo creo que debería darme de uno. Si no, pues... hago como siempre y me tomo la poción.
Hey, you! It has come to my attention that you have it in for my boys. And as far as I know, you're one of Lee's protégés. I'm warning you, a few things are going to be different around here soon, and we'll talk about this again then.
Sí, bastantes cosillas van a ser diferentes a partir de ahora. Yo marcaré la diferencia.
Hey, you!
We need to talk, you and I.
What do you want?
I think the best thing would be if you didn't show your face on the farm anymore. See to it that you're gone by tomorrow. We understand each other.
I'm not going to live here.
I'm not going to leave here.
I guess we're gonna have to discuss this again.
Vale, la parte difícil ya la he conseguido, que es sacarle ahí del edificio, porque a veces se atasca.
I'll get you yet.
Vale, me falta un tiro de relámpago, ¿no?
I'll get you yet.
Vale.
I'll get you yet. I'll get you yet. I'll get you yet.
Y el último toque. Pues ya está. Bueno, tendría que ir a haber hablado con Pepe, el pastor. Pero bueno, hablo ahora y ya está.
Don't you try that again.
Wait a minute. The two of us should have a chat.
Listen, you won now. Leave me alone.
Vale, voy para allá antes de que se me olvide. Creo que vamos bien de tiempo, sí. Debería darme tiempo a terminar todo lo que tenía planeado. Vamos a hacer un guardado. Vale, voy a resetear el chat, a ver. Como siempre. Mientras voy subiendo a buscar a Pepe el pastor. No, Brio, no, es que no interesa matarlos a estos, ¿sabes? Entonces, el último toque tiene que ser magia no letal, ¿vale?
Hey. What are you doing here?
Guarding sheep. And if possible, staying out of trouble.
Doesn't always work, does it?
Nah, especially not with the mercenaries. I'm really glad to be out here in the pasture, although it can be dangerous too.
What's so dangerous in the pasture?
What's so dangerous in the pasture?
There's a small pack of wolves that roams the area. Lately, the damn beasts have come by and eaten one of my sheep almost every day. A few days ago, I had almost twice as many sheep. I don't want to think what Onar will do to me when he finds out.
Why didn't you tell the mercenaries about the wolves? I thought they worked for you.
Yeah, I know. I should have done that, but I didn't, damn it. And now, with so many sheep gone, I'm afraid to tell anyone about it at all.
But you just told me.
I'm already regretting that, too.
What if I kill all these wolves?
What if I kill those wolves?
You? By yourself? I don't believe it. I'd sooner trust my bellwether to do that.
Forget it. It was just a suggestion. I'll go over to the boys and see what they say about it.
Wait a minute. Okay. You're the greatest, and you can take on 100 wolves at once. No problem.
No
Mostly,
problem.
they lurk between the trees near the pasture. I think there were only 4.
Hey! I've done in the wolves.
I don't need you to make a fool out of me. The beasts aren't all dead.
Bueno, esa misión queda ahí activada, ¿vale? Ahora no voy a ir a por ellos. O bueno, podría quizás... Porque tengo uno de estos. Vale, 4, 7. Yo creo que con la pequeña tormenta de fuego me los hago. Que la otra vez la gasté con los incursores de campo. Pero bueno, la puedo utilizar para esto ahora. De hecho, voy a hacer una cosa para aprovechar bien el viaje. No, me salió mal. Mal calculado. No voy a caer. Joder. Venga, ven aquí. Ahora. No me he llevado al jabalí, pero bueno, por lo menos... Que hay que aprovechar bien los hechizos. Pepe el Pastor, que te hace gracia el nombre, sí. Bueno, pues vamos a decirle a Pepe el Pastor que ya nos hemos cargado a los lobitos.
Hey!
I've done in the wolves.
I've done in the wolves.
You did it! Thank Inos. But now I still don't know how to tell Onar that all those sheep are gone. It's all that damn Bulko's fault.
What did you say about Bulko?
What did you say about Bulko?
He's one of the mercenaries. It was actually his job to guard the pasture. But instead, he and his pal Silvio hang around Thekla in the kitchen all day. It's that bastard's fault if I don't get paid for weeks because of the lost sheep. I wish I could at least punch him in the mouth for it, but nobody stands a chance against him. The guy's a killer.
Bulko got what was coming to him.
Bulko got what was coming to him. I've taught him a lesson.
The swine deserved it.
How are you? And how are your sheep?
How are you? And how are your sheep?
I'm fine, and so are the sheep. That is, the ones that are still here are doing all right.
Vale, con este hablé, así que vamos a hablar.
If you have a problem with wolves or field raiders, go talk to one of the younger mercenaries. You can come to me when the paladins show up here.
What?
Whenever one of you peasants comes to me, it's always about slaughtering innocent beasts.
I'm not a peasant.
Oh? What is it you want, then?
I want to become a mercenary.
You look more like someone who's been born to work in the field, boy. Can you wield a weapon, then? So, how about one-handed weapons?
Well...
And two-handed weapons, then?
I'm surely gonna get better.
In other words, you're a damn greenhorn. Each mercenary needs to be able to rely on his comrades. All our lives depend on that. As long as you barely know how to wield a weapon, you're in the wrong place here.
I've heard that you belong to the Ring of Water.
What rat has not been able to keep his big trap shut?
Lee told me about it.
Looks like I've got a deal with you now, doesn't it? All right. So what do you need? And be damn careful about what you tell me. For if I don't like what I hear, I just might skin you alive.
You could help me to get accepted by the mercenaries.
I can just see it now. Right, I'll try. What else?
That's all.
That shouldn't be too hard. And woe betide you if I hear that you can't keep your trap shut. And I'm only saying this once, understand?
Help me become a mercenary.
Let me think. You've got to get past Torloff if you want to make any progress here. Have you already seen Torloff about it?
Yes, that's with the test and everything.
What test would that be?
I'm supposed to drive the militia away from Bengar's farm.
Ah, yes. That's easy. Listen, come back tomorrow. I'll have taken care of it by then. But you're going to have to do something for me in return.
And what would that be?
Not far from here, to the southeast, there's a small bandit camp in the mountains. If you go southeast from here, you'll soon see the tower there. One of my people, Patrick, left several days ago to do business with those varmints. Well, I told him it was a rotten idea. But that idiot wouldn't listen to me. I assume they've made short work of him. But I don't know for sure. You're going to find out for me.
And what makes you so sure that they won't make short work of me, too?
And what makes you so sure that they won't make short work of me, too?
The fact that I know the name of their leader. It's Dexter. You'll simply claim that you know the guy. His men will think twice before they wring your neck just for the heck of it. It could still get dangerous, of course. But you can handle that.
Yeah, I can handle that. But not now.
That doesn't surprise me. You listen to the wrong.
You don't have to tell me that.
Hardly know what to believe anymore.
Vamos a hablar con Bulko.
He really said that. Is it really true?
The two of us should have a chat.
Listen, you won. Now leave me alone.
Vale, espera, tengo que hablar entonces primero con Ona. Ah, es verdad, lo del plato, lo olvidaba. Vamos a entregar el plato a María, la esposa. Y ahora hablamos con Lee y con Onas. Who are you?
Who are you?
I am Onar's wife, Maria. What do you want here?
I just wanted to have a look around here.
With all these men on the farm now, there's no peace to be had inside the house. They just keep barging in here.
Brio, ¿sigues por ahí?
Do the mercenaries bother you?
Oh, well. At least the farm has been a lot safer since the mercenaries came. Back when we were still on our own, the militia came from town all the time to plunder our provisions. They dragged off the better part of the harvest, and they took some sheep, too. They did nothing for us in return. A few of those scoundrels even stole from us.
So, what did they steal from you?
So what did they steal from you?
Mostly gold and silver. They even took my wedding present, a golden plate. I bet it's now gathering dust in the chest of some filthy city guard.
Vale, Brio, mira, atento a esto. Vaya vestidos que tienen las doncellas por aquí, ¿eh? Bastante atrevidos. Que estas cosas sé que te gustan.
I have a golden plate here. Would this be yours?
Yes, that is it. Thanks a million.
So, what about my reward?
Do you want to hire on as a mercenary here on the farm?
No, not really.
Then take this gold as a reward. You've earned it.
Tell me about Onar.
He's a good man. A little grumpy and very impatient, but we've all got our faults. I told my husband, why do you let the soldiers from the city treat you like that? Do something, I said. So he hired the mercenaries. Now I feel like I'm in the middle of a war. But then, we are at war, aren't we?
Has anything exciting happened here lately?
The paladins passed by here. At first we thought they were going to attack the farm, but they were headed for the Valley of Mines.
Ah, espera, que está aquí UNOS.
Thanks to Bulko, you now have a few sheep less.
And what are you talking about? Who is Bulko?
One of the mercenaries.
How would that interest me? If he's been after my sheep, he'll have to answer to Lee. So why are you bugging me with such trivial details?
Vale, ahora vamos a hablar con Lee sobre el tema también.
Nothing amazes me anymore.
Everything fine with you?
So, you want to join us then, hmm? Do you even have a decent weapon?
I agree with you completely.
How did you end up with the mercenaries?
I came with Silvio from the south. We belong to an army of mercenaries which fought against the orcs.
What's your opinion of Silvio?
He's a dangerous fella, and many of the mercenaries who came with him this far listen to what he says. Better not pick a fight with him.
Wouldn't be so sure. What's your opinion of Lee?
I think that the only thing Lee is really interested in is getting away from this island. He wants to go to the mainland. Seems to have a bone to pick with someone there. At any rate, he does a far better job than Silvio ever could. Moreover, he's a good leader. Most of the time, we can do whatever we want here.
I can't believe that. Would you mind if I joined you?
Once you have passed the test, I shall vote for you.
I don't believe this is gonna change. What weapons do you have to offer?
Only the best. Just take a look at them.
He ran like Beliar himself was after him. Do you
Vale, a este ya le tenemos para comprar y vender.
Hey! Onar now has a few sheep less thanks to Bulko.
Oh, leave me alone with that shit. I've had enough trouble as it is.
Me too. Bulko seems to have a problem with me. He wants me to leave the farm.
Yes, and assert yourself. You can tell him he should restrain himself. Otherwise, I'll deduct the lost sheep from his pay.
That was obvious all the time.
You didn't get that from me.
No better off myself.
Vale, ahora sí debería salir otro diálogo. Does the name Pepe ring a bell?
Does the name Pepe ring a bell?
I don't get a word of what you're blathering about, but I don't like your tone.
You were supposed to guard his sheep.
What do I care about his sheep?
Lee cares about them.
What are you getting at?
If you keep getting on my nerves, I'll see to it that you are made to pay for the sheep. So if you're at all interested in your pay, leave me alone from now on.
You!
Yes?
Wretched little lowlife.
The two of us should have a chat.
Listen, you won now. Leave me alone.
Hola, buenas noches, Carlos Fernández. ¿Qué tal? Sí, es un juegazo. Bienvenido por aquí. Bienvenido. Vale, ahora vamos a hablar con Jarvis porque ya zumbé a todos los hombres de Silvio y este nos dará su voto y la experiencia, que es lo que estamos buscando.
Hey! How many of Silvio's men are still on my list? I've bested Bulko.
I heard. Not bad.
Rod looks a little worse for the wear. Fester tried to take me for a ride. That was his mistake. I went to see Raoul.
And?
He was badly in need of a proper licking.
That's enough. That's enough. I'm impressed. If Lee asks me, I can vote for you without hesitation.
Perfecto. Otro listo. Ay, no hablamos con Bennett.
Hey, I do not sell any weapons. Khaled does. He's in the house with Onar. You didn't get that from me.
What kinds of weapons do you make?
What kinds of weapons do you make?
Plain swords at the moment, not much else. But if I had some magic ore, I could forge weapons that are better than all comparable weapons, made from regular old steel. You wouldn't happen to know where to find some around here. Besides in the Valley of Mines, I mean.
No.
Of course not.
Are you with the farmers or the mercenaries?
Are you with the farmers or the mercenaries?
You're pulling my leg, aren't you?
I was just curious.
Have you ever seen a farmer who also forges weapons?
No.
Then why do you ask such stupid questions?
I want to join the mercenaries.
I want to join the mercenaries.
Stop blabbering then. Go to Torloff and let him put you to the test.
Better off myself.
Can you teach me how to forge a sword?
Sure. That'll cost you a bit, though. Let's say 30 gold pieces. Why get so worked up?
Fine. Here's 30 for you.
And that was a damn good price, too. We can start as soon as you're ready.
Total, como es poco. No creo que la aprenda, pero...
Teach me how to forge magic ore weapons.
But you don't even know the basics. First, you need to learn how to forge a decent sword. Then we'll see.
What about forging equipment?
What about forging equipment?
What do you need?
Bueno, pues aquí tenéis el material que vende. Todo esto lo estoy haciendo para enseñároslo, ¿vale? Y ya porque necesitaba hablar con los que me quedaban. A ver. Pues mira, al final me estoy extendiendo más de lo que quería. Yo creo que voy a aprovechar y voy a hacer lo de la granja de la milicia ahora mismo. Ya así para acabar. Vale. A ver cómo vamos de experiencia. Hoy bastante bien, hemos subido mucho. Vale. Pues vamos a la granja de Vengar. Y a ver, los soldados de la milicia que hay que echar de allí... Bueno, lo de echar es por decir, porque los matas. A eso los pueden matar perfectamente, no pasa absolutamente nada. Como los mercenarios y la guardia real se llevan mal, pues les da igual. Y además nadie se acuerda de ellos. Ué. Me he dejado plantas. Vale. Bueno, vamos bastante bien, la verdad, ¿eh? Hoy me he extendido más porque digo, mira, tengo que avanzar toda esta parte que es un latazo hasta que llego al monasterio, porque ya lo puse por ahí en la descripción, ¿vale? Pero tú que has venido ahora, Carlos Fernández, pues mira, te cuento, yo querría llegar al monasterio entre nivel 10-11, vale, ya estoy al 10, pero si puedo llegar al 11 mejor. Y bueno, si me queda poquito para llegar, pues igual. De todas formas, ya aquí no me quedan muchas tareas por hacer. Bueno, sí me quedan cosas por hacer, pero es preferible hacer algunas de ellas siendo ya mago, ¿vale? Porque ahora estoy utilizando lo que son pergaminos y claro, los usos son limitados. Yendo ya con runas y círculos de magia, pues va a ser otra historia. Ahora el simulador de caminar. Sí, esto al principio, Brio. Luego ya cuando consiga pociones de velocidad y las runas de teletransporte, pues va a ser diferente. Más rápido todo. A ver, entonces... Bola de fuego tengo en el 4. Pequeña tormenta de fuego en el 7. Ok.
Hey!
You're the farmer here?
You're the farmer here?
You could say so, but I'm really just a tenant. All the land here is owned by one big farmer.
Owners. How do you make a living?
How do you make a living?
Mostly hunting and the wood we cut. Of course, we also raise sheep and work the land. Onar saddles me with all these laborers and I have to keep them busy somehow. Only a few of them are good hunters, you see.
Vale, esta pregunta creo que es para lo de los bandidos que llevaban el envío de las armas.
Has anything strange happened around here lately?
Many strange things are happening these days, but none as strange as the mysterious disappearance of Pardos. He's one of my field workers, and certainly not the kind who would drop everything overnight and slink off just like that, you see.
What exactly is so strange about his disappearance?
Pardos is such a timid sort. The furthest he's ever been from the farm is to the end of my fields. He would run away at the mere sight of a meat bug. Those things may not be pretty to look at, but you really couldn't call them dangerous. They say there's people who eat them. Gross.
You get used to it.
Nobody ever asks me.
Maybe he was simply fed up.
Working in the fields was his life. I cannot imagine him having gone to work for another farmer. With me, he could do whatever he wanted.
Any clues at all?
Any clues at all?
I think those bandits must have dragged him off. They've been roaming around this area for days now. I once saw them drag a citizen of the town off to their camp. It looked like they were gonna make him a slave.
Where is this bandit camp?
Where is this bandit camp?
At the far end of my fields, some steps lead down to a small hollow. That's where they have made themselves at home. I'd like to go look for Pardos there, but there's no way I'm going up against those guys. And you had better give him a wide berth, too. They're not known for their sense of humor.
A ver. Claro, es otra historia. Con las runas ya te olvidas. Sí, la verdad es que sí. Es más rápido, más automático todo. A ver, Brio. Me voy a fregar y a limpiar la estufa. Así vuelvo a hacer directo. Vale, Brio.
Were the bandits carrying weapons when they passed by here?
What kind of stupid question is that? How would they be bandits if they weren't armed?
I mean a whole load of weapons. A big delivery.
I see. Yes. Now that you mention it, they were carrying lots and lots. Some in barrels, some in bags, and some on the cart they brought.
You're employing day laborers?
Onar sends away the workers he can't use on his farm. Then he sends them to me. I feed them and they work here for me.
What do you think of Onar?
What do you think of Onar?
He's a greedy bastard who'll get us all hanged in the end. One of these days, the paladins will come out of the city and make us small farmers bleed for what he's doing here. But I haven't got a choice. The militiamen only come here to collect and not to defend the farm. If I held myself loyal to the city, I'd be very much on my own. At least Onar sends some mercenaries now and then to see how we're doing.
What have you got against the royal troops?
It's obvious. There hasn't been any improvement now that the paladins are in the city. Just the opposite. Now these cursed militiamen come onto our land even more often and steal everything they can. And the paladins don't do a darn thing about it. The only paladins that I've ever seen are the 2 guards at the pass. They wouldn't budge an inch, even if the militia slaughtered us all.
The pass?
The pass?
Yeah, the pass to the old valley of mines by the waterfalls at the other end of the high pastures. Ask Malak about it. He was there a couple times last week.
There's so many of you. Why didn't you just go up against the militia yourself?
It's true that there's a lot of us, but we're not trained fighters like the militia.
Vale, aquí viene el punto importante. Vamos a guardar por lo que pueda pasar.
Hey, you!
I'm supposed to deal with your militia problem.
I'm supposed to deal with your militia problem.
What? I told Onar he should send a couple of his mercenaries.
This is my chance to prove myself.
Terrific. Do you know what the militia will do to me if you screw it up? These bastards come by here once a week and collect the taxes for the city. It's a good thing you came just now. This is their usual time. They should be here any moment.
Let the militia come then. I'll deal with them.
Let the militia come then. I'll deal with them.
I can't wait. Here they come now. See? I told you so. Just don't screw it up. Look at this one. Another joke. What are you doing here, huh? Who the hell are you?
I'm your worst nightmare.
I'm your worst nightmare.
You're a dead man.
He never would have thought of that himself. I wouldn't have done that.
Vale, ahora la cuestión es que tengo que juntarlos a los dos para aprovechar bien el hechizo. Y luego un bolazo a cada uno.
You haven't seen the last of me.
Vamos, chicos.
You haven't seen the last of me. You haven't seen the last of me.
Listo. Sencillo, ¿no?
Hey!
He should have known better.
Your militia problem is a thing of the past.
Your militia problem is a thing of the past.
Not bad. Maybe there'll be something left over at the end of the month now for a change. Thanks.
Ok. Vamos a hablar con Malak.
Everything all right?
Yet another day laborer who doesn't know where to go? No problem. Talk with our farmer Bengar.
What are you doing here?
I'm the shepherd here. It's not exactly a demanding job, but now and then you really have to watch out, especially if you get too close to the pass.
What do you know about the pass?
Not much, just that it leads to the old Valley of Mines that was surrounded by the barrier until a few weeks ago. Back then, the only thing we farmers had to be afraid of was the monthly caravan that took all kinds of goods to the Valley of Mines. Those cutthroats often made life difficult for us out here.
Where can I find the pass to the old Valley of Mines?
Where can I find the pass to the old Valley of Mines?
Near the two waterfalls on the other side of the high pastures.
What is it they say about the Valley of Mines?
All sorts of things. Some of the boys say they've heard screams at night. Some have seen strange lights over the mountains. But if you ask me, it's all just old wives' tales.
Bueno, no son muchas historias esas inventadas, ¿eh?
Have you ever been to the Valley of Mines?
No, but I go near the pass once in a while. Then I always see those two paladins who stand around and keep watch. It looks like they're making sure that nothing comes out of the valley. Back then, the Valley of Mines was a natural prison. If you went in, you never came out again.
Tell me more about the paladins. How long have they been posted there?
A week or two, I suppose. I don't know exactly. Some time ago, there was even a whole troop of them that disappeared into the pass. Since then, I haven't seen them again.
Sí, se refiere a la tropa que entró con el comandante Paladín Carón. I don't see any women here at all.
I don't see any women here at all.
You got that right. This is a man's farm, so to speak. Works pretty well, I think.
Don't work too hard.
Don't work too hard.
I'll try.
Aquí está tan tranquilito, comiéndose su filetito. Todo el trabajo que hace. No me extraña que luego le... Bueno. Le posean. Vale. Yo creo que todos los que estáis aquí, creo que conocéis el juego, ¿no? O sea que... Lo digo y ya está. Le posean. Vale. A ver. 32.000. Oye, vamos bastante bien, ¿eh? Uy, va. Que se emociona el personaje.
That was obvious.
Vale, no hay mucho más por hacer aquí. Ya decirle a Torloff que he superado la prueba y listo. Yo creo que... A ver. Voy a revisar un momento las misiones, ¿vale? Ajá, claro. Vale, los bandidos del faro. Eso creo que ya lo haré cuando ya sea mago. Oro del mercader. Sí, yo creo que la gran mayoría ya para cuando sea mago. Las iré sacando poco a poco. Porque ya he avanzado unas cuantas y estoy casi a nivel 11. Así que... yo por mí que iría de camino ya al monasterio. Lo único que... voy a entregar la misión esta y lo voy a dejar por aquí, ¿vale, gente? Y ya está, porque ahora si me voy para el monasterio y... invierto más tiempo, se hace más largo el directo este y ya bastante largo es. Que ya dentro de nada voy a cenar, así que... A ver. A ver, Carlos. Sí, no creo que hagas spoiler. No. A ver, intento tener cuidado, ¿vale? Por si entra alguien que no lo haya jugado, ¿sabes? Pero... es que nunca se sabe. A ver, Brio, puedes nadar, sí, puedes nadar y bucear. En el 3 puedes nadar, pero bucear no. Esa mecánica no la implementaron. Pero bueno, ese juego salió un poco desastre. No es mal juego, pero tiene sus cosillas.
Hey, you! I took care of Bengar's militia problem.
Did you make sure that they won't be standing on his doorstep again tomorrow?
They'd have a really hard time doing that.
Well done. You passed your test. If you can handle a militia, most here will respect you.
A ver, Brio. Déjame fregar y hacer directo. No, si yo te dejo, yo no estoy allí impidiéndotelo. Tú haz directo. Yo ahora es que no voy a poder verlo porque voy a terminar de entregar las misiones aquí y voy a ir a cenar ahora en breve, así que...
How's my reputation among the mercenaries?
Let's see. Wolf says he has nothing against you joining. Jarvis thinks you're on the right side. It's Cord's opinion that you first need to learn how to handle weapons better. Cypher says that for him it was crystal clear that you'd get to join. Something seems to have made him really happy. You seem to have convinced Rod that you're strong enough. Sentenza will vote for you. He says you were a very reasonable man. Buster says you're okay. And Dar says you're a blabbermouth. But his vote doesn't count for very much here. The rest of the mercenaries haven't said anything. You convinced most of them by passing the test. You have my vote in any case. And you won some fair duels. A lot of mercenaries respect that. Most of the mercenaries are for you. As far as we're concerned, you can start with us at any time. Go to Lee. He'll explain everything else to you.
It's a bad business. I agree with you completely. I don't believe this is going to change. It was his decision, wasn't it?
Hey, you! I want to join the mercenaries.
Stop blabbering then.
I've passed the test.
Good. I'll vote for you then. Where did you pick that up then?
Vale. Me estoy acordando ahora de otra cosa. No sé si tendré la comida suficiente, pero voy a ir a ver al cazador este que está por aquí serrando en su campamento. Te pedía jamón, creo que leche y no sé qué más cosas. Debería tenerlo todo. Ya por conseguir algo más de experiencia, ¿sabéis? A ver. Ni comparación el 3 con los dos primeros. No. Nada que ver, nada que ver. A ver, Brio, ¿alguien ha hecho este reto de hacerlo solo con magia? Sí. De hecho, por eso en parte también me inspiré. Fue un canal que no me acuerdo ahora. Es un usuario alemán. No me acuerdo ahora del nombre. Creo que era... Es que no me acuerdo. No me acuerdo ahora del nombre, pero... sí, ya lo han hecho antes. Y seguramente no creo que sea el único.
Hey. Everything all right?
Ah, an unfamiliar wanderer. I am very busy, so what do you want?
What are you doing here?
Well, the things a woodcutter and hunter usually do.
What interesting things are there to see here?
Interesting is well put. If you go deeper into the woods here, you'll run into some very evil fellows. They're about 10 feet tall, hairy, and in a really bad mood. So don't go there if you're not strong enough for them.
Se refiere a los trolls.
Can you teach me something about hunting?
Sure. But first, get me something decent to eat. I'm dying of hunger out here. I want a bottle of milk, a loaf of bread, and a fat ham. Then I'll teach you what you want.
Perfecto. Leche, pan y jamón.
Here's the food you wanted.
Fantastic. And now?
Y ahora nada, querido Grom, porque no voy a aprender nada de ti, era solo por la experiencia. Vale, esto no lo registré.
I know nothing about picking locks.
No, pues ahora ya está. Saqueado. Esta espada para mí. Bueno, vamos bastante bien. Con las misiones del monasterio subiría al nivel 11 de sobra. Vale. A ver, espera. Las 8. ¿El qué? A ver, Carlos. No sé si lo hice yo en su día, en el Gothic 1. Seguro, pero con trucos. Lord Saradok. ¿Eso qué es, Carlos? Que hace tiempo que no utilizo trucos. Como aprendí a jugar limpiamente.
Never change. That's not what I heard.
I've got no time for you. Get that from me.
Been there, done that.
A ver, de dinero tenemos 1400. Vale, es que no sé si...
Nobody will learn anything from me.
I couldn't get away with that. I get so worked up.
No one really wants to hear that.
I've heard a thing or two.
Is it really true?
Ese es el alemán que has mencionado antes. Yo le daba a las espirras en su día, un vicio. Pues no me refería a ese. Es que el que yo digo se llamaba de otra manera. Pero es que no me viene ahora el nombre. Jorgensen o Jorgenson creo que se llamaba, sí. Es que no sé. El nombre es muy parecido a uno que tiene uno del Risen. Jorgensen o Jorgenson, no sé. A ver, Jordi. Lord Saradok hace speedruns más que retos que yo recuerde. Las dos cosas hacía. Ah, no lo sé, yo es que ese no lo he visto. Yo vi al Jorgensen este o como se llame que os digo y... pero no... Con ese en parte me inspiré. Bueno, pues nada, gente, que ya aprieta el hambre. Voy a dejarlo por aquí, ¿vale? Hoy no se ha pasado el sonido de los dinosaurios por aquí, el usuario este. El pobre se habrá llevado un palo ayer por no haberle contestado, el pobre. Pues nada. Gracias a todos los que os habéis pasado. Carlos Fernández, bienvenido por aquí. Jordi, como siempre. Brio. A ver, Pedro 95. ¿Quién más se ha pasado? Sí, yo creo que erais todos, ¿no? Que no me deja subir más esto. Bueno, saludos a todos los que os habéis pasado. Gracias por estar por aquí y... ya nos veremos en el siguiente. El siguiente yo creo que ya sí que voy a entrar en el monasterio. Ya no me queda mucha cosa por hacer por aquí, así que ya empezará lo interesante. Ya nos hemos quitado las tareas pesadas de encima, así que mejor. Un saludo a todos. Adiós.